You are listening to OBC Radio, the #1 online radio, the radio station that gives second chances for the forgotten voices. We are a streaming platform. Artists get your music sell at no charge on obcradio.com. Email is info@obcradio.com. We bring you the latest in world news, sports, weather and entertainment with the latest mix. Tune in with Dr. Gordon and Company. Live podcast, I Just Want to Be Free. 10 countdown from music you stream. Chat live with DJ Zeke every Monday, Thursday and Friday, 6:30 to 7:30 p.m. On Wednesday, tune in with Didier with his Spanish segment. Live call-in 1-800-944-2166, extension 2. You can download our app OBC Radio from your Play or App Store or ask Alexa to play OBC Radio. Visit us on the World Wide Web, obcradio.com. Follow us on all social media platforms, OBC Radio.
What is wrong with humanity? Who not kill, go out and sell them soul for vanity? Young and old pick up things for them head and can't manage it. Me beautiful country, them a damage it. God bless Jamaica. Watch the man know I'm representing for OBC Radio Station, the only station where I entertain the nation. People, tune in and don't move on the dial. This is the only radio station when I live in denial. What is wrong with humanity? Check. Ha. You know we Marek, representing for Dr. Jermaine, the voice for the voiceless. OBC Radio Station brings you nothing but niceness. Big up all of the listeners and all of the fans, them, the loyal ones, them. Jamaica was a good island, but by the governments, them it get spoiled, man. Them raise up the price, man, the sugar, the high man. Behind closed door after the poor, them a smile, man. Them a pressurize the yellows and the juvenile, man. Them not provide no job, that's why the youth them get vile, man. Poverty make them get angry and wild, man. And start ram, kill and kidnap people, child, man. Hold on the German. When they read him pass for a while, man. Can't believe us how Jamaica really get the high, man. I love Jamaica, my country, me not grade, but me have to speak my mind, yes. In Jamaica, me no like where you gone. The governments, them not perform. In Jamaica, me no like where you gone. Too much people have face operation. Dr. Jermaine no like where you gone. Every day, you hear another life gone. And if you want a valid information, tune into OBC Radio Station. You think of that? Alright, me say, who feels it knows, who feels it knows. Dr. Jermaine tell them, enough time we gonna be made hungry. We could've got nowhere till we shot that close. And me say, who feels it knows, who feels it knows. Growing up, my life wasn't easy. Believe me, it wasn't a bed of rose. Watch I know, you know much time me go to school without no lunch money. Leave the house without no breakfast in a me tummy. But as it reach 11 o'clock, I need that who turn up at the school gate with the lunch, no me mommy. Sometimes she turn up with nothing at all. A Dr. Jerry if you buy me something from the stall.
Welcome to the Lady Whistleblower Show with Dr. Gordon. We fearlessly uncover the truth. Welcome to the Lady Whistleblower Show with Dr. Gordon. We fearlessly uncover the truth.
Good afternoon. Good day. Welcome to the Lady Whistleblower Show. I'm your host, Dr. Jermaine Gordon. Today we have a lot to talk about. We appreciate those of you who are here and who have been here from earlier. We appreciate you. Today we'll be talking about quite a few different topics. And we have a guest with us this afternoon that's going to be joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm your host, Dr. Jermaine Gordon. Welcome to the Lady Whistleblower Show. And to you, our esteemed whistlees, as your host, I am honored to have you join us here on OBC Radio Station and OBC Radio Facebook page and here on OBC Radio YouTube channel, where we fearlessly uncover the truth and shed light on important issues around the beloved island of Jamaica. Before we do so, allow me to welcome those of you who are joining us for the first time and kindly request that you'll share, like, and subscribe to our channel. We advise that you turn your notification on so you won't miss us. Last but not least, follow us on all social media platforms at OBC Radio. And visit us on the World Wide Web at www.obcradio.com, where you can listen to our radio. And remember to download our radio app to your phone and stay updated. The app is free and easy to use. You can chat with any one of our DJs, make your song requests, or shout out to your friends and family from the app. Always remember, a winner never quit, because quitters never win. Now, I just want to update you all that I have written another letter, this time to the Privy Council, the Secretary of the Privy Council, Miss Seri King. And I did this letter because of course, we all know the case with Adidja Palmer, Vybz Kartel, his case to the Privy Council, and the embarrassment of what has been exposed, which we have been exposing here on our platform. But it sends a different message when the Privy Council members themselves see how corrupt our government officials are. And this letter, I just want to share it with you guys. It's titled Urgent Request for External Oversight and Investigation into Corruption and Criminal Activities in Jamaica. And the letter reads, Dear Mrs. Seri King, Head of Secretariat and the Deputy Clerk of the Council. And she's located in room G04 at 1 Horse Guards Road in London, SW1A 2HQ. I hope this letter finds you in good health and spirits. I am writing to you in a capacity that transcends routine communication, addressing a matter of grave concern that has far-reaching implications for the democratic integrity and human rights situation in Jamaica. My name is Dr. Jermaine Gordon, and I am a renowned journalist with OBC Radio Station, a platform that is dedicated to giving a voice to those who are often overlooked by mainstream media. It is through my work with the station and my interaction with various segments of society that I have become acutely aware of deeply troubling situations of corruptions and misconduct within the highest echelons of the Jamaican government. The gravity of the situation cannot be overstated, as it includes reports of major corruption involving the Prime Minister, the former Attorney Patrick Bailey, Minister Orlando Terrelong, and the DPP Fitz Bailey, who is purportedly linked to an unsolved murder from January 2016. The circumstances surrounding the murder, including the lack of arrest and the claims of inactions, raise serious questions about the rules of law and justice in Jamaica. Furthermore, the alleged withdrawal of funds by the Prime Minister from an investment firm, SSL, just prior to the reported disappearance of over $3 billion and subsequent theft of 5 laptops containing potentially incriminated evidence point to a potential financial scandal of enormous proportions. Additionally, concerns pertain to the sales of Jamaican land to foreign entities without transparent consultation with the people. The investigation of politicians, including the Prime Minister, for self-enrichment, and report of Minister of Security and Justice involving with criminal gangs. These issues coupled with reports of police involvement in kidnapping, purported organ harvesting, and human sacrifice paints a picture of a nation beleaguered by corruption and criminal activities at the highest levels. The situation as described not only undermines the trust of the Jamaican people in their government, but also poses a significant threat to the stability and reputation of the nation as a whole. The case of Vybz Kartel-born Adidja Palmer has already highlighted the extent of the problem, and the public outcry is palpable and growing. In light of these alarming issues and the severity of the accusations, I respectfully urge the Secretariat and the Privy Council to consider an immediate and thorough external investigation into these matters. It is imperative that an independent body with no vested interest in the current Jamaican political structure conduct this investigation to ensure transparency, fairness, and justice. The Jamaican people deserve a government that is accountable, transparent, and free from corruption. As head of Secretary and Deputy Clerk of the Council, your influence and authority can be instrumental in initiating the necessary procedures to address these concerns. I thank you for your attention to this urgent matter. I am available to provide any additional information, testimony that may assist in investigation. Yours sincerely, Dr. Jermaine Gordon, journalist at OBC Radio Station. This is the Lady Whistleblower Show. So yes, we have been sending out letters all over because we're not waiting on the government to put us in check. And when I said us, I mean me in retrospect. I know a lot of you have been asking, how is it that Dr. Gordon have been making so much claims, speaking on so much stuff about the government, and they have yet to address these reports. So while I have been tired of waiting, I step forward and put them in check. Now, this is my third letter, one to Farah one to USAID that deal with international government corruption, and another to the Privy Council. Today, we will be joined with a special guest, Marilyn Bryan Hines. She will be sharing a disturbing situation involving Judge Gary Reed, or possible an imposter sent by the Honorable Delroy Chuck from the Ministry of Justice. On June 25th, 2018, she was forcibly removed from her vehicle by one Sergeant Anthony Patterson following an incident involving members of the security force during the state of emergency. We welcome Ms. Marilyn Bryan Hines to the Lady Whistleblower Show, where she will enlighten us. Good afternoon, Mrs. Hines.
Good afternoon.
Welcome to the Lady Whistleblower Show.
Thank you.
We appreciate you for joining. Now, could you let the viewers know who you are and why you're here today?
Okay. What we would call now one of the insignificants of Jamaica, a citizen by birth. I was born and raised in southern St. James. And that's where they would say your neighbor string plant. That's where my neighbor string plant. I attend Retrieve All-Age School, and from Retrieve All-Age School to the then Cambridge Secondary School, now upgraded to high school. So really, I'm not from the elite group, just an ordinary citizen. And my main employment, I work as security, work with two companies. I've done about, I think, 4 years with Atlas, and then move on to Guardsman, where I worked 21 years up until April of 2023. That's another story, but that's not what I'm here about. I'm now employed and unemployed after 21 years. That's another story, but that's not what I'm about right now. I'm just here to bring awareness. I don't know how long this is going on, but I've sent an email to the Chief Justice in July. And in closing, I said to him, if my case is the first, it's still one too many. But I don't think it's the only one. Because at age 55, I'm now 60. At age 55, what I experienced, it can't be a just one-off thing. And it led me to wonder how many youths have experienced what I have experienced in my own community where I was born and grew by the hand of a person, because I can't even say gentleman, that would have sworn to serve and protect.
Could you walk us through that moment and why you had written that letter? What was the reason for you to write that letter?
Because on the 25th, as I have briefed you in what I sent you, 25th, Monday the 25th of June 2018, I was about to leave out for work. Within a minute of entering the vehicle and to wear some, let me say, my community flare up. Some awful things was going on in there, killings and all of that. I just couldn't understand it. I know to this day I cannot understand it. I
And
cannot.
what community, if you don't mind?
Oh, Retrieve. Southern St. James Retrieve, the community known as Retrieve, popularly called Madeleine.
Madeleine. And who is the
Right.
MP and councillor for that area?
It would have been Homer Davis.
Homer Davis.
Yes, he would have been the councillor until he's now member of parliament. He's now the member of parliament.
Homer Davis, the name sound familiar. Is it a Jamaica Labour Party member or a People's National Party member?
Jamaica Labour Party.
Okay. Continue. So walk us through the moment on Monday the 25th of January, of June? June. Monday the 25th of June 2018. Walk us through that moment. What transpired?
All right, before we reach at what happened, let me point out that based on what was going on in the community, the violence, which was unfortunate because the community is known as quiet. So it's not like a community that constantly in war.
It makes much sense because I've never really heard of this community. I know I've heard of Brandon Hill and I've heard of
Quiet community.
I've heard of Bogues Village, those places that's hot in Montego Bay. So this community I've never really heard of. So it makes sense with what you just said. So continue.
I have grown up in an extended family, and my granddad passed on at the age of 92. And I could almost swear he has know what a gun look like. So I'm just saying that to say my community was a quiet community. And whatever flare up, I don't know, because as I said, I do security work and it's like 12 hours a day or 12 hours a night. And moreover, during weekdays, I'm not there. And nobody's in my house. I lock my house, I have my key. I spend my weekdays during town. Most weekend I would go home. My husband and I would go home. Most weekend, not all weekend, but most weekend. And I would leave out for work on Monday morning. So I would work from Monday to Friday. Until probably a day off in between. But anyway, this particular morning when I entered the vehicle, it was 25 past 6, and I'm supposed to reach work at 7, and I have some 17 miles to do. But within the time I entered the vehicle, and before I reached that, sorry, Doc. Let me say, based on the violence that was going on, we have soldiers on the ground came in on the ground in the community, in my lane. I think it was the last Saturday in December 2017. They came into the community, put up tents. Well, they didn't have to put up tents. They occupy a building there. And then the state of emergency would have called in January 2018. So they came in a little ahead of the state of emergency. So from they came in, there was nothing going on the ground. You understand? They were appreciated. They never have no problem. As far as I know, there was no issues with them and so on. I don't know if the community blocking them out or anybody interfering with them. But this particular morning now, a new set of security force came in. Soldiers and police came in. Because I realized that something was happening even before I come out of the house. But anyway, not my business, whatever really going on anyway. So when I enter my vehicle now and reach down to where they were, where those on the ground would be, and apparently those that came in the morning, some was still there, they signaled the vehicle to stop. My husband stopped, and it was a soldier who signaled the vehicle to stop, and he walked across in front of the vehicle. and he bent down now to address my husband. So I took up my phone from my handbag and turned on my video. And he looked across and said, "How are you do? A video? So I said to him, "Yes, I'm videoing. So if you guys catching it, well, so be it." He said, "Give me the phone." Not wanting to lose my phone because I have so many stuff in it. Things was going on, even upset me from 2016, but let me stick to the story. I hand him the phone. I hand him my cell phone, and he looked at it and straightened up and said to his colleague, "A video should a video, a video should a video we." And the next thing I know, movements on my side. My door was, it's a left-hand drive, so I would be over on the right. My door was flung open. And the officer closest to me, don't ask me what I look like. Because no, I did not push my head even to look up in his face. But he was saying, "Ako, you want to go on the truck? Come out and go on the truck." And then voices were shouting, "Stop the truck, stop the truck, stop the truck." So it's that time I even realized that a truck was mounting the hill in front of me, was leaving the community. So the truck catch reverse. And the officer was still there telling me to come out and go on the truck. So I'm saying, "For what? Can't you see I'm going to my work?" I was dressed in my uniform, marked uniform. So he said, "You're being detained under the state of emergency." I said, "For what? Am I a suspect?" So this repetition keep going on for a while. Only to, from the corner of my eyes, like somebody would come and push him away and grab onto my hand. That would be my right hand. So I pull my hand, the person grabbed my hand again and bend it back in the side of the vehicle. Press it. So it's either my hand going to break, slip out, or whatever. So I had no choice than to come out. So when I came out now, I was saying, by now I was in tears based on the pain in my hand. I was saying, "Who is in charge? Who is in charge of the operation? Who is in charge?" And he pushed me and said, "Go on the truck. When you go down, you will hear." Well, when I assessed the situation, dead man tell no tales, I decided to climb in the truck. Not the little Larry, the big truck with the string at the back. When I went in, 4 women was in there and some guys. I wasn't able to go through the entire details because it's going to take up the whole of your show. However, on the truck now, was like, I was still crying.
Just a sec. By the way, do you want to be called Mrs. Hines or Mary? I noticed
you can call me Marilyn.
Marilyn. Okay, Marilyn. Yeah. Now, this is a radio station where we say, our slogan says second chances for the forgotten voices. Yes. So I want to give, you are utilizing, we give you this opportunity to utilize this platform.
Okay.
So don't
so I can
feel
as much
at
as
no
possible.
time at all that you will be taking up any long time. It's your time for your voice to be heard. So put it out there. Don't feel like, oh, it's gonna be too long. We're here for you.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it because, to be honest, I'm a private person, very private. Social media for me is just to look through social media and scroll, like, or whatever, not to do videos. So this being here is like my last option, and I hope this is closure for me, because it will be June coming will be 6 years, and at age 60, I'm not supposed to be carrying this burden. So I really appreciate this avenue to vent, let the authorities know what is happening, and I don't know if outside help can help the country, because I don't know if this was going on all along, but because I was in my own space working, as I said, whether 12 hours a day or 12 hours a night, I'm not aware of the atrocities. And the blatant disrespect is like nobody ain't talking, nobody ain't hearing. Or, let me get back to the story. He keep repeating himself that to come out and go up on the truck, and I keep asking, why am I a suspect? Somebody push him out of the way, and then somebody grab onto my hand now, and I pull my hand and he grab my hand again and brace it back into the side of the vehicle. I have no choice but to come out of the vehicle. I asked who was in charge, who was in charge. Soldiers was there, police was there, police jeep, soldier Larry, no answer. Apart from when he chucked me. So when I climb in the truck now, I was still crying and I said, Lord, what is this for me? First the education system, now this, no man, this, what is happening? I was told to shut up. And that's the time they asked me for a search. So I just empty out my bag on the floor. When he walked off, I picked up this stuff, put back in my handbag. So the vehicle, the truck now drove from the lane to the main road. And when I said drove, I need you to know that it's like when they drove off now, it wouldn't take a minute to reach the main road. Because my lane is a dead lane. It's not, as I said, it's a community, so it's not no big town. So when they reach out on the main road, they make a right turn, as if they were now heading down to Catadupa over to Westmoreland side, because where I am, there's a close border between St. James and Westmoreland. So when they make that immediate right turn, the vehicle now would end up over on the left. So they stopped and asked me to come out for the truck. So as I said, 4 ladies was in there and some young men, but I was the only person they asked to come off the truck. So I jumped out. And I jumped out and noticed the soldier with my phone, because up to that time he still had my phone. He was standing with, I think, 3 police officers, and they beckoned me to come forward. So I'm walking up to them now. This soldier with the phone said to me, I'm appalled at you. You're a security guard and you don't know that videotaping us is illegal? I said, I'm not in any conversation with anybody. Just tell me who is in charge of the operation, or the Sarge who is responsible for the damage on my hand. Because I noticed he had 3 stripes on his shoulder and the name he was wearing. Nobody furnished any answers. I was given my phone there and then and said, go on your work. And that's where they left me, on the road there. So I entered my husband's vehicle. I went to Cambridge, over by the police station, which would be roughly 2.25 miles from where I live to the Cambridge town. And I spoke to a female officer. I think she gave her name as Corporal Fagan. I'm not 100% sure about the name. I don't remember for sure, because since they didn't take a statement, I don't see which part her name is really. I not retain the name. I'm not 100% sure, but I think she said Corporal Fagan. So I was telling her what just happened to me. So she said she's not aware of a operation was going on up there. And I think she called out, like, should I say, Henry, you know of operation and they want to retrieve? And a male voice answered her, no. I was on the outside speaking to her through a window. She said, Miss, wanna Indicom and Indicom to deal with this something, because me not even aware say operation they going up there. So I say, okay, thank you, madam. And I left and I went into the town. No, before I even go to the town, I made a call in, unable for work, because I knew one of my co-workers would be having a day off on the Monday. So I called her, because to call the office at that time of morning, no, if get replacement would be difficult. So I called the co-worker that I know would be off and asked her to go in for me. She said, okay. So I went to the doctor. I went to a doctor in Montego Bay, and from the doctor to Indicom, where I spoke to a young man, O'Shane Gale. While I was relating what happened, he wasn't doing any writing. He wasn't writing anything. So when I finished now, he said, let me check with my supervisor. But when he came back, no, he just gave me a little piece of paper with information like Indicom and telephone number, and he said numbers, and he said somebody will call me. All right, nobody didn't call that day. But when I left Indicom the 25th, same day of the incident, I went to the public defender's office. Indicom, for free, anybody think I'm sick in the head, let me give the details. Indicom office, you find it on the concourse building, just up top of the airport, Sampson's International Airport. That's where Indicom office is. And then you have the University of the West Indies close by, one of the branch there. And I left Indicom and I visit the OPD office. This is now on St. Clever's Avenue in the town of Montego Bay. I spoke with a David Clark there, and I related what happened. He took a statement and he read it back to me, and I signed. I signed it. Well, you know, they wouldn't get everything directly like would I want it, but enough that I signed to it. After I read it, I signed to it. So they get a signed statement there. And let me keep repeating, this was the same 25th, Monday the 25th of June 2018. All right. Still waiting on the call now for Indicom. Didn't get a call. So I called them. And the first opportunity I got, the first day off I got, I called and I spoke to a lady and I said, if when a citizen have a complaint against the security force, what's the procedure? Do I have to make an appointment? She said, no. I said, okay, because at first, the first time when I called, the person, when I asked for O'Shane Gale, I was told he was not in office. He went on the road. So I left a message that I called. Still didn't get any call. So I called back the office and I asked if I have to make an appointment because I have a complaint. She said, no, you don't have to make an appointment. And she would give me the time when the office is open. So I went back 11th of July and I spoke to a J. Brown. I don't know what the J is for. I asked, but she didn't furnish the first name, J. Brown. So while talking to her, she said, so why you didn't come? Why are you just coming? So I relayed to her that I did came the same day. So she said, so why they didn't take a statement? I said, I have no clue. She said, let me go check something. And she got up and she came back. She didn't really say anything to me why the statement wasn't taken. She now took a statement. So I would have gone through everything that's transpired Monday morning, June 25th, 2018. And I signed to that. All right. Within a year after the incident, I got a letter from OPD, that's the Public Defender's Office. It wasn't an official letter because it wasn't stamped or anything like that. However, I am acquainted with the Public Defender's Office from way back as 2016 on a different matter. So I would have Miss Arlene Harrison Henry's number in my phone from those times. You know, different issue. Let me say, I can do a best-selling book, but let me stick to this story because this is what I'm here about. So, what he actually gave to me is a response All right, College said preliminary response he would be giving me because it wasn't an official letter, as I said, put in envelope and hand to me. He was just showing me something then, put it that way, but it was in writing. And in it, the office now, Mr. Clark would have written to a ACP Donovan Graham at the Civil Avenues of office, Area 1. And the letter that the public defender have written, they would of course identify themselves as usual, and they would ask questions like, what was so imperative that Mrs. Hines was dragged from her vehicle? Our phone was taken. Well, they didn't say taken, confiscated, but I'm speaking so the lay person can understand. Although I'm a lay person, and dunce is just that I'm not fully dunce. So, and he asks, they now in their letter would have asked the ACP, Donovan Graham, to furnish the protocol for the security force, and in them furnishing names and rank and all of that. Because as I said in my complaint, no, I would have been there that I asked who was in charge, I didn't get any answer. So any name you hear me call, like how I wrote to you with the Sergeant Anthony Pattison, it would have been, I would have gotten that information, that name out of the letter that Mr. Clark gave to me, from that would came from the response from this ACP Donovan Graham. So I think it was about 4 questions they asked, but was so detrimental that I was manhandled, a phone was taken.
Just a sec. Do you have the letter with you?
No, I don't have it right here now with me.
Okay, continue.
Right. And they asked them to furnish the names of rank and what they were about, and they asked if the matter was reported at any police station and all of that. So in Mr. Graham's response to the OPD, he said that I obstruct them, I videotape their operation, and that's a gross offense in videotaping them. And I was warned for prosecution. They should have taken action, but because of humanitarian, they didn't take any action against me. But they're going to conduct further investigation. So there and then when I read it, I said to Mr. Clark, but Mr. Clark, I don't understand. This ACP Donovan Graham don't respect this office. Because if he had respect your office, this office, the public defender's office, he wouldn't write bullshit like this. He wouldn't write bullshit like this. And that letter would have been dated now in 2019. Don't count me on the date because I said I don't have it readily in front of me right here.
Approximately.
Right. So, but the response would be in 20, that letter would have written based on when they were written and when they get the reply from Donovan Graham. Right. So I said to Mr. Clark, go ahead, do what you have to do. Do what you have to do. I don't want anybody sorry for me about I was to be taken in custody and all of that, and humanitarian grounds they didn't do it. Do what you have to do. Right. He smiled and he said, okay. All right. That was within a year. Outside of a year now, I got a call from Indicom to say they cannot locate anyone who was included in that operation on the 25th of June in my community. I hope you get it, This is now after a year. I'm getting a call from Indicom to say they haven't located anybody that would have been in that operation that morning, the 25th of June 2018 in my community. Although I would have gotten information from OPD.
Hold on, Marilyn. I just want to put emphasis. You're saying that Indico, who is supposed to be known for investigating situations like these, you have written to Indico, and if I'm hearing you correctly, you're saying 1 year after your
After a year, after more than a year now. I
they
wouldn't have written
respond
to
to
them.
you.
I would have gone in and gone into the office and made a complaint. I didn't put anything in writing. I would have given a statement and signed to it.
Oh, so this
So
is, you didn't put anything in you didn't send anything to them in writing, but you went
no,
in
I would have gone
personally
into the office. Yes, personally.
and did a written statement.
Yes. I
And
told them what
after
happened,
the
just like
written just a sec, after the written statement, you went in personally, and after that written statement, you're saying that you didn't get any response until 1 year and
after a
going.
year. After a year, they called. Sometime after a year, they called to say they couldn't locate anybody who was part of the operation in the community. And they wanted to have my permission if they to continue or what. So I said to them, if you're seeking my permission to stop the investigation, I'm not going to give it. I'm not going to give it. I can't tell you what to do, so it's up to you. But I'm not going to give you my permission for you not to investigate. Because I don't understand me.
Hold a sec, Marilyn. Because when I see nonsense, I have to call it out. You notice I let you flow right
Yeah, man, I have no problem. You see, I have all the time in the world, so.
And we hear of the time, and I'm quite sure the listeners too, who do have the time, and for those who are not here will be tuning in after. You're saying to me and the viewers that you went into Indico, made a written statement, and Indico told you after a year they reached back out to you and let you know that they could not find out any information as to the culprits that was involved in your report?
Yes, that's correct. That's what I'm telling you.
Okay, continue.
Right. So I said to them, I'm not going to give you my permission not to investigate. And I don't understand.
Sorry. Not just that. They were also asking you after you made the report. I just want to make it clear for the viewers and listeners. After you went in and made a written statement. A year after they contacted you, they were asking you for permission to continue with the investigation. Am I right?
Right. They couldn't find anybody that was involved in the operation. So if they are to continue or not. So I said to them, do what you have to do. I'm not going to give you any permission not to investigate because I don't understand what you are telling me. It's now over a year, and yet within a year, I got a response from another entity. I didn't mention to them at the time that it was OPD. I said another entity had reached out to me and got the information where I could know that it was a Sergeant Anthony Pattison who assaulted me, and the operation was overseen by Inspector Anthony Wallace. So I don't understand what you're telling me. You're not locating anybody, or
hold on, Marilyn.
If it was to stop.
Marilyn.
Yes.
I noticed earlier you stated that you work in the security first firm. I just want to ask you this question. At any given time, do you work with Indicom? Have you ever worked with Indicom?
It's private security I work with, guardsman at the time.
The question is, have you ever worked with Indicom?
In terms of location and like that?
No.
Location?
Have you ever been a employee for Indicom?
No.
So you have never been an employee for Indicom?
No.
And Indicom is a place where people report corruption for them to launch an investigation.
That's
Am I right?
yes, that's what we are told. That's what
But
the government boasts about.
but after you went and made a report,
Mhm.
a written report, you made your statement a year after, they reach out to you and let you know that, oh, well, we have not located anybody who you stated that was involved in this situation. And they are also asking you, who have
If they are
never
to continue.
with Indicom, if they should continue doing the job that they are being paid to do. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay, continue.
Okay, so I pointed out to them, said I wasn't understanding what they were asking me, and in other words, I don't know how I'm to believe what you're saying. It's now after a year, and you are saying you haven't able to locate anyone, and yet another entity have located somebody, have written to Area 1, gotten a response from Area 1, and here you are telling me that you haven't located anybody who was a part of the operation. So do what you have to do. I'm not giving any permission for you not to. And at the same time, I have no control over you and telling you how to go about it. Anyway, that went on for a while. I haven't heard anything from anybody. And this sergeant that assaulted me, he had visited my home in April 2019. So he would have assaulted me June 25, 2018. And in April 2019, he would have visited my home. And on Saturday, I think it was the 26th.
What was the reason?
I wasn't at home, but he spoke to my husband then and said my husband was to tell me and to make myself available to answer charges because he had prepared summons for me, but it expired because he had flew out. He was off the island and the summons have expired. So he's going to renew them. He's going to renew it. I didn't hear anything about them. He's going to renew it. And to make myself available. So I was saying, so what does he mean? What he meant by that? Come Monday morning, I'm not to leave out for work, I'm to sit here and wait for him. You know? Anyway, the earliest opportunity I got again, I think it was on my day off or whatever, I went by the Freeport police station and I spoke to the superintendent then, Vernon Ellis, and I asked him to find this gentleman, this piece of you know what, Sergeant Anthony Patterson. Tell him not to go back to my home. If he have summons for me, please to leave it at the Cambridge police station. I will continue now to call and find out when the summons is there. I'll go and pick it up, but do not go by my home. Because he was saying to my husband, oh, if he never see how me manangle him or me fight him, must grab him up and all sort of whatever. So my husband was saying to him, say, what you talking about? What you talking about? You mean the incident down there? My wife? You're talking about? And he said, yes. So my husband said, but my wife did that, man, you're lying. You're lying. So anyway, well, this is second hand now, because this my husband was telling me what he said. Anyway, time went by, months turning to year turning to years, but 2 years and 4 months. It would be sometime in October. And if I checked from June, 25th of June 2018 to 2020 now, October 2020, I got 2 years and 4 months. A family member called me, sort of anxious, and they say, Marlene, how happened? Police come They ask for you, because as I said, I'm not in the community. So them know say it's not like somebody will come home unless probably weekend.
Marilyn,
Yes.
just a sec. I'm sorry to cut you.
No man, no problem.
Well, let me not say sorry because I'm intended to.
Yes.
Um, are you saying that the officer who you reported came to your house while you weren't there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, continue.
I think it was the 6th of April on a Saturday. I remember I was at a funeral. Mm-hmm. So I went by the Freeport police station and speak to SSP Vernon Ellis. Relate to him what happened, tell him to find that person. I remember now I got the name Anthony Pattison from the letter I got from the OPD, that briefing that they gave me, the preliminary response from the public defender's office. It was that official response. Right. So my family member called me now and said, what happened? Police come there ask you. So I said, rest assured it's nothing. I'm not wanted. But my mind now run and them. And you know, if I want never know someone's come now after 2 years or so on. Or was it JPS? Because I was querying a bill at with JPS at the time too. So me says I'd have two things, either JPS or the same Anthony Pattison. So I said, don't worry yourself, I will go see what's happening. So I went by the station, first opportunity I got. When I went there, I got 2 summonses. One of them read was for assaulting an officer. One using indecent language. And a copy, and I need you to pay attention, please. A copy of resisting arrest. So unlike the using indecent language and assaulting an officer that was in the pen ink, I got a copy of resisting arrest, stamp, all 3 stamped by the JP. You could feel the roughness of the stamp. So when I asked the sergeant,
while you were cuffed and in their custody.
No man. Remember now, you know, this is 2 years and 4 months after I'm getting these summonses. So I was assaulted in 2018, but in the year 2020, October 2020, I'm getting summonses now that I assaulted an officer and using decent language. And I got a copy of resisting arrest. Sergeant Hamilton, who furnished me with the summons, I said to him, why am I getting a copy of resisting arrest and not the original like the other 2? He said, because they withdraw resisting arrest and humanitarian grounds. So I smile. Anyway, and the summons I'm supposed to report to court the 4th of December 2020, Friday the 4th of December 2020, to answer to the charges. For when the judge enter whether judge or imposter, because at the end of the day, as I said, I'm very private, I'm very manageable, but I have problem with people who would want to demand respect from me. What your conduct tells me whether I'm to respect you or not. So up to this point, this gentleman came in, or this person resembling a male, because he was in gown and he have on a ski mask, because at that time COVID would be up and about. When he entered, when we were asked to stand and he entered the courtroom, he was announced by the clerk of court as Judge Gary Reed. He came in, he took his seat, and we sat down. Okay, he would have dealt with cases, probably 2, 3, or 4 cases ahead of mine. So when mine called up, he would have consulted now the Sergeant Anthony Pattison. He was there. His witness was there, Anthony Wallace. And I am assuming a female officer did. She wasn't in uniform, so I don't know for sure. And for some reason, I didn't catch her name. But a female officer was there as witness. The inspector who was in charge of the operation when I was assaulted in 2018 was there, Anthony Wallace, and Sergeant Pattison. So the judge interacted with Sergeant Anthony Pattison. I didn't hear everything the judge had said to him, but I heard him respond clearly and say, yes, Your Honor, I withdrew resisting arrest on humanitarian grounds. So the young man, it was a male who was the clerk of court, he asked me to plead on 2 charges. Assaulting an officer and using indecent language. I pled not guilty. This is where now I start to have issues, because to me, if a learned judge is indeed learned, and an officer bring anybody, even if a Dudus or Jim Brown or Dawkins, one of them notorious one dead and gone already, any in front of you, charging the person for assaulting him, using indecent language, and at the same time, he withdrew resisting arrest. What is it you have to try? Right there, so now me expect the judge now to reprimand the sergeant. If not in front of me, when me come out, then him call the commissioner and say, look here, the sergeant need to go back in training. That's my thinking. That's how I see it, because this doesn't make any sense. You have somebody here for assaulting you and using indecent language, and at the same time, you are withdrawing resisting arrest. Anyway, I pled not guilty to the 2 charges. So a court date was set. The court date was set for the 4th of February, 2021. So while he was setting the date, he said he's going to, this is the judge now, Gary Reed, he's going to send it to the petition. Okay, as me say, my first time in a courthouse. You know not about courthouse. Me not nobody, me not no pickney. They lock up in a prison cell or whatever if you go know about courthouse. Anyway, when I on my relaxation time, I checked the date just to be sure. I realized that the 4th of February would be a Thursday. So I make some inquiries. I called the police station and I said, look here, I got a court date for the 4th, but the 4th is a Thursday. And she said to me, no, criminal matter doesn't happen on Thursdays. So that has to be an error. So she instructed me to go by the courthouse in Montego Bay and by the court's office and find out what was happening. So I went to the court's office and I said, I've got a court date with a young man I spoke with. I said, I have a court date. I got a court date for the 4th of February. However, it's a criminal matter, and criminal matter doesn't happen on a Thursday. It's on a Friday. So when the young man went in this system, he wasn't finding anything. Oh, and when the matter first called up, I remember raising my hand. The judge acknowledged me, and I said, Your Honor, for the record, my name is, and I read out my name, a first name, a maiden name, and a married name. Because on the summons, it was my alias on it. It was my alias. I'm known in the community as Marlene. Everybody call me. So if you go in and say, what the guardsman woman the name, or who are aware of the incident, then they will say Marley. So whatever information that name no would have get you when you go back or ask or whosoever I know would have known me from the community. So I said it to the judge then. My name is, and I told him. So even right here now, I would have expect he would have written my full name beside the alias what is on the summons for record in his diary or whatever it is or whatever. So when I went to make to find out what was happening with the court date, when I gave them a name, my correct registered name, the young man wasn't finding anything. So I said to him, say, okay, put in Marlene, Brian. And he did that. And it came up. So when he came up now, I'm saying to him that, but it's a Thursday and criminal matter doesn't take place on a Thursday, I'm told. He said, Miss, go ahead. If the judge give you that date, you'll be there. I said, okay. So I turned up the Thursday. The Sergeant Anthony Patterson turned up to minus his witnesses. They didn't come. However, when we go in front of the judge now, the judge apologized for the wrong date. And he set a trial date now. He gave me a date which would have been the 5th of March, 2021. But before I leave, as a matter of fact, I was leaving out. I left after the walkout, only to have somebody call me back. And when I go in, the judge said to me, I'm not to worry myself. I'm not to stress, not worry. I'm not to stress myself. I want to use the words he said. I'm not to stress myself because the worst that can happen, I will only pay a fine. I smiled and I left. Anyway, we are on to the court date now. That's what I told about earlier.
This is
Yeah. you hear the background?
we just inform the listeners and viewers of what's going on. You have warned me earlier.
Just give me a sec. Just give me a sec because
Yes,
this
go on,
is in the house.
take care of your business. This is not a laughing matter, but
Yes,
just
ma'am.
the situation that's happening right now. For those who will understand, she had warned me earlier about a grandson that she's babysitting, that whenever he's awake, it has to be about him and nothing else about him. So he just woke up and you hear him loud and clear, Grandma, Grandma.
Sorry.
So, yes, so she did
Sorry about
inform us. Yes, I was just
Yes,
informed
what
that you did warn us about your grandson.
Hey, he's quiet
Oh
from
my
morning. He want grandma now.
Oh, he just woke up.
No, he was with his dad. But
Oh,
luckily,
and
that's why I
then?
can talk to you, because if the dad wasn't here, I couldn't able to do it because he would be in and out and all of that. And for some reason, when I'm on the phone, that's the most time he want my attention.
Oh. Well, continue as
All right.
your grandson will allow you to.
Okay, so where was I? The morning now when we he said I wasn't. Oh, where was I? A new day set for the 5th, which was the 5th of March now, 2021. So the morning when I turned up at court, we still, although the judge said he would be sending the matter over to petty session, we still end up in front the judge that he was saying, why this is in front of me? I send it over to the petty session, blah, blah, but it's just strategy he was using. You understand? Based on how everything unfolds, and you and your listener will understand. All right. He even now went as far, they said to the sergeant, Sergeant, will you take an apology from Mrs. So-and-so, Mrs. Hines? And the sergeant responded and said, no, you runner, because she have complained all over the place. This is what now the sergeant is saying to the judge. She have complained all over the place. So I raised my hand for the judge to acknowledge me. So let him know that I have nothing to apologize for, but he didn't acknowledge me. Anyway, this time now it's a female clerk of court. So she's now asking me again to plea on the charges. Only this time now, resisting arrest is included. So I'm saying to her, Miss, why are you asking me to plea on resisting arrest when there is no charge for resisting arrest? The sergeant had informed the judge from the first hearing that he had withdrew the withdraw arrest and charge that was declared to the judge. Why are you asking, Miss, plea? And I would have my hand in the ear, no, forget the judge's attention to find out what is happening. Because it's not like anybody would have said to me, Mrs. Hines, the judge, the judge have previously decided to drop the charge of resisting arrest, but he changes his mind and bring it forward. No consultation, nobody said anything to me. So, well, me not have nothing to worry about because me never do anything. I didn't commit a crime and I didn't intend to commit a crime. So I said, okay, not guilty. So I would have pled not guilty to all 3 charges. So after I pled no, we were ushered out to go to the petty session. So of course you have matters ahead of me. So mine would have been the last to call up. So we went inside, he spoke, I spoke. I don't know if me deliver it because me defend my own self, and as me say, me no use to courthouse and so on. But at the end of the day, me know say if you don't go harass me or anybody, whether man or woman, for whatever reason, you must have a valid reason to do that. State of emergency or no state of emergency. Why you telling me if you come out of my vehicle, if you go and choke? Am I a suspect? I don't hear yes, I don't hear no. And you drag me from a vehicle in a manner where I had was to seek medical attention. So I expect now the judge never asked them the first and second, third time when we meet. So here are JPs now, 3 of them sitting up on the podium. So they asked me to plea. I pled not guilty to all 3 charges. And I point out to them again, well, I pled not guilty. At the end of the day, dear doctor, I was found not guilty for assaulting an officer, not guilty for using indecent language. And the one in the middle state, although you pled not guilty to resisting arrest, I found you guilty. And you are being fined $15,000 or 15 days of hard labor. So I said, sir,
15
are
days
you
of hard labor in jail.
15 days at hard labor if I didn't pay the 15,000. 15 days to jail. That's the fine. They find me guilty for resisting arrest. That's the non-charge that was withdrawn. The judge was told that it's being withdrawn. That's where from day one I told you I only get a copy. And even the public defender's office.
Hold a sec. Is the reason why I'm going to ask this question. I know you have said it before, but for those who are just tuning in, or those who may just be tuning in while this is being aired right at this point. And I also know that females don't like to say the age. But this is of importance, utmost importance. Because you're not a little young, careless girl, as we would say in Jamaica. You all know the terminology I'm speaking with. Don't come for me now and say, oh, Dr. Gordon have his doctorate and say careless girl. We all know what a careless girl is.
I understand. You're breaking it down. I'm now 6
not
feet.
just for you. No, not just for you, but for the other listeners and the viewers who will be tuning in after this. So don't come at me about careless girl word. We all know what a careless girl is. No, this is not a careless girl in front of us. This is a woman of standard. This don't seems like it's a woman who has been in and out with the law, abusing the law, but yet still this is happening to her. Hence the reason why I stated what I just asked. So you're no little young criminal, no careless girl. a grown woman, a senior citizen, who, by the way, remind me so much of my mother. And somebody commented earlier, this is why wickedness can't be done. Because imagine, my mother, God rest her soul, go through a situation like this. Who could have tell me anything? Continue, Mary Liz.
Yeah. So I said to him, sir, you finding me guilty for resisting arrest? Okay, I can't stop you for finding me guilty for resisting arrest. But now, please to tell me, what is it? I was arrested. Where was arrested? Where was I attacked? Where was I forced from my vehicle? What was the crime I have committed or was about to commit? What did I do? The clerk of court intervened and said, Miss, you'll get the answer, you'll get the answer, you'll get the answer. And from that court date, 5th of March until now, trying to get answers as to why, and I can't get it. I visit the court's office and I requested a status report. I think I have that on my phone that I can send her. I wanted to know what I do, because as I said, to the best of my knowledge, I didn't do anything wrong.
No, you were saying the 5th of March. What year was this? They still have
2021. That was the trial date. 5th of March, 2021.
We're approaching the 5th of March, 2024.
Right. And we are now in February, right? Black History Month. Let me tell you something, Mr. Doctor. As I said, I'm a private person. This is not talking to you now. It's not my first option. It's not the second option. That's if you and others following. You understand? So talking to you is just to bring awareness. And I can't keep it, because to me, if I keep it and not do what I'm doing now, to me, I think I would have failed the country somehow. So this is what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to talk about it, because the only understanding I can get from it is God allow it to happen. Because if it didn't happen that morning, probably somebody would have been killed by that hog.
Your mess becomes
somewhere along the line. You understand? So what happened? Pardon me?
I'm saying your mess become message.
Yes.
You're now giving the message.
That's correct. That's correct. Right? So I would have even before I was searched. All right. You remember with the Nazinga case, the young miss that was allegedly trimmed in jail cell?
Yes.
When I heard it hit home. It hit to the core, because everybody was focusing on the cutting of her hair. But to me, it was deeper, because the cutting of her hair would have been the ending. What I was interested in, why it reached there that she was placed in a cell even in the first place? Because I listened to an interview with this young miss, and I'm saying, if what she said is true about being in a taxi and somebody came in and then the police came after and pepper spray, and it led to her being dragged off to charge. So the judge didn't ask her what happened. They didn't hear about the pepper spray and all of that. You understand? I could identify with her. You understand? Because if a policeman chase somebody, if what she's saying is so, and a carload of people and out of anger at the time you spray pepper spray, when you come out of the car, I expect you to apologize. But if you're going like say, there's nothing wrong and somebody even use 2 pieces of BC, you get offended if you pull them off to jail. How could that be?
We are all Jamaicans, and if somebody upset, we can understand these
In that manner,
yes.
you understand? So although everybody was focusing on the ear, I'm saying, my God, if what she's saying, if her experience from the pepper spray, if it's true, how she reach in front court to have charge to answer to? Anyway, let me come back to my thing. When I requested the status report from the St. James Parish Court, the piece of paper they gave me, my name on it, but I was still documented in my alias, my first name, M-A-R-L-E, Brian, otherwise known as Marlene Brian Heights. So I'm documented in my alias, otherwise known by my bright name, even there, so I find that offensive. Right? And on it says, and this day beholden in St. James Parish Court, Montego Bay Parish Court, which it wasn't beholden in Montego Bay Parish Court, it was beholden in Cambridge Courthouse. Assaulting an officer, withdraw. They didn't have guilty on it, it said withdrawn. Using indecent language, withdrawn. Resisting arrest, guilty. Fine $15,000 or 15 days at hard labor. That's what's on the paper. So you don't tell me nothing I know. What me do, what you feel justifiable, to come pull me out and my vehicle for climb in a truck and end up sending me a doctor. Right? And although I've complained to INDICOM and the Public Defender's Office the same day, this is what it leads to, right? And me talking to you now is that letter I sent you from the Public Defender's Office, dated what, the 3rd of January 2024. So those people you hear, I was saying that I'm a private person. So social media not really for me because I know social media can be very unkind. You understand? People just come on and then just chat and then pass remarks, and so me try to stay away from it. Because I believe in if you can't say good, no say bad. And if you don't know the case, if you don't know the cause or something, keep your opinion to yourself. You understand? So it's not by choice I wanted to be here, but I'm just highlighting how the system fails me. And it fails me, a female, age 55 and now 60. What is happening to our young men? And I can't help but wonder if this is why St. James is the way it is, coupled with other things I'm being exposed to since 2016 that I know is going on. But if I'm to go there and go there and go there, let me just stick to this story at hand. You understand? Is it this where some people say if you do the crime, prepare to do the time? Hello. Hooray, I agree. I agree with that. I'm agreeing with that. You do the crime, prepare to do the time. But I'm asking, when you do time or being fined and you didn't do any crime, what now? What next? What do I do? What do they do? I'm here speaking because, as I've said on different occasions, me not supposed to be going to prison. Like Mama Christie, that infamous case in Kingston, the Chief Justice tried the other day. I shouldn't be going to prison, I should be coming. You understand? So INDICOM fails, OPD fails. Let me go back to INDICOM too. When I got the summonses, there's something important I'm leaving out. What if I tell you, brother, that the first court date, as I said, was the 4th of December, 2020. I think, do the maths when I give you the date. I think it was the 17th of December. I got a call from Herbert Mackenzie. That's the deputy, public defender's deputy. I got a call the 17th. And he was joyful and saying, Mrs. Hines, we are getting ready to ventilate your matter in court. I was sort of taken aback because he wasn't the one I was really talking to. I wouldn't have spoken to him up until that time, to that court date, up to the time when he is calling me now in 2020, December 2020. I think it was the 17th. But when I check it off, it was like some 12 days after the court date. And he was saying, we are getting ready to ventilate your matter in court. So when he said that, I was taken aback. So I said, getting ready to ventilate my matter? He said, yes. I said, I'm in court, you know, I'm in court. I'm in court. And I briefed him on what was happening. So I would have told him about the matter being called up the 4th of December 2020 and all of that. But when I told him how, he said to me, here I am getting ready to ventilate your matter in court, not knowing that you were in court. I would have been grossly embarrassed, not knowing that your matter was in court. So I said to him, sir, why would you be grossly embarrassed? Don't you have what they call cross case? So I have a complaint with your office. So if the sergeant now is taking me to court for whatever reason, what is stopping you for going ahead with do what you have to do? That he didn't answer. He didn't answer. Him just said if you keep him informed. To me, you're insulting my intelligence. What they think I don't have, because I don't have PhD and masters and all of that. That's how I see it. Because I made a complaint to you from the 25th of June 2018, right? And here I am telling you that this policeman, you didn't do anything apart from, yes, you write to the ACP Donovan Graham. He responded with garbage, and I give the office the okay to do what you have to do to prosecute, do the process, and you haven't done anything. And here you are telling me now you will be grossly embarrassed if you have moved forward. I'm saying to you, there's nothing to embarrass about because you have what is called cross case. So now is the perfect time to do what you have to do. He didn't do anything. You understand? All right. During this, when the day I was found guilty, I called Miss Harrison and I was telling her what happened in court. And she was saying, what? Did you tell them, because I mentioned their letter that the young man Clark gave me and so on. So did you tell him all of this? I said, yes, miss, all of that. Did you pay the fine? I said, yes, my daughter ended up paying because what happened, my daughter was there. And I said to her, don't pay it. I will do the 15 days. I will do the 15 days. So I was searched like Miss King, searched. My drop down breast, them take out of my brassiere and my underwear down and I do the bullfrog jump. What all of that necessary for? Me come a court, me prepare for go and I would have concealed in my parts. So that's the degrading thing I went through. So if people know who does not have my strongness, my strength, when you hear about suicide, people commit suicide, we don't know what they went through. We don't know what they went through. I was degraded by Anthony Pattison, a member of the JCF, and now the court insulting me. You understand? If somebody don't have a strong nature,
let me ask you something, Marlene.
Yes.
While you were arrested, were you strip searched?
No. Because remember now, as I said to you, when he dragged me from the vehicle and pushed me so to go into the truck, and I went into the truck, when they leave the community, they would have drove from the community and go on the main and just leave me out on the main road. So it's not like I was taken off to jail and locked up. I'm talking now after the court.
You wasn't taken to jail?
Huh?
You wasn't taken to the jail cell?
No, I was left on the road the morning, giving back my phone. Right? So that's why I said to you when this ACP Donovan Graham responded to the OPD office, that's why I said to the young man, said this ACP Donovan Graham, no, respect the office. Because if he had respected the office, he wouldn't write this bullshit. And I said
If you weren't arrested and charged, how the hell you reach in court?
Exactly. So you're missing it all along. I was left on the road the morning. I was left on the road this morning. So me talking to you now is that letter now. The public defenders write to me since 2024 year, dated Wednesday, I think it is the 3rd, telling me that my matter was ventilated in court, case closed. So all that information, that bullshit that Donovan Graham write to them doesn't have any bearing. Case closed. So that's why I say I'm here talking to you to bring awareness of what our youths are going through, because I'm not convinced that I'm the only one who have this experience.
Oh, rest assured you aren't. Because
I'm not the only one who have this experience.
When we say this, you are not a youth, but a senior citizen.
Exactly. And a woman.
We respect our elders because that's how we grown. And I mean, a police officer is there to use this discretion. You were all and pulled from your vehicle to face all these constituencies that's going on right now as a senior citizen. So where was the discretion from the officer to see that, oh, this could be a possibility of my mother, maybe my grandmother, based on the age, somebody of caliber? Of course, you're not of the elite, but by just looking and speaking with you, you see that you're not somebody that on the street rubbing out stuff in your hand middle. You're not messing with people as doing criminal activities. You're not being a nuisance to society. But yet still a citizen who have worked 21 years, over 20 years in the security force. Not just sit down and depend on government, but a citizen, a senior citizen. Not just a senior citizen, but a woman, a mother. Had was to go through all these ordeals when there is so much entity involved. She have exhausted all the remedies, all the protocols that's supposed to follow. She can recite names just at the instant of what she has been through. She have written to the public defender. She have reached out to numerous entities. And all these years after, as senior citizens who have never gotten herself involved in any criminal activities.
Never.
A woman who have grown her kids or children and grandkids to uphold rights and rules and regulation that we stand by.
And in my community, if the community wish to speak the truth, he will tell you that I'm a no-nonsense parent. I'm a no-nonsense parent. Because I'm not one of them with the ogo pitney, because guess what? At the end of the day, if them choose to break the law, they're on their own. Them can't come at me and feel me pitney, they know that. You understand?
You don't have to say this. You don't have to say this to me. And I'm quite sure you don't have to say this to the public. Because real sense real. I look at you through the eyes of my mom. God rest her soul, over 21 years ago, at the age of 63 years old. So this could have been my mother. who have never, as you may, for those of you who have never heard me curse or go on bad, I can, but I've never heard my mom use an indecent language. So I look through your eyes, I look at you through the eyes of my mom as a senior citizen, somebody who have never been careless enough to get themselves. And this is
Hold on,
where
hold on a sec, Doc. Hold on a sec, Doc. I'm no angel. Let me make that clear.
none
When
of
you
us
say,
are.
hold on, you see when you come on to indecent language, me know them, me know all of them. All of them. And if cars come up for me use them, me will use it. If I have cause to use it when I'm angry, I will use it. You understand? But that morning, I did not. Anybody interfere with anybody. You understand? The thing again, at the time when the assault took place, there were the officers that were still there. They weren't doing anything per se, like arresting anybody or whatever, based on my observation. You understand? So it's not like me go down and we stop and we jump out of vehicle and they ask questions, say what they happened here. So, because as I said to you, when they fly my doors and say, I go, you want to go on the truck? And when them call out now and say, stop the truck, one more for the truck. I even realized that the truck was leaving, was ahead of me. You understand? So how can you stop my vehicle, then come and drag me out of my vehicle, and then you're going to say, I obstruct. How do I obstruct you?
What happened to your vehicle that day when they took you out of your vehicle?
Absolutely nothing. Nobody. I was the target. I becomes the target. Nobody said anything to my husband. The vehicle wasn't searched or anything. So it was just ego. An overly zealous cop, and I probably the one that fly my door and was telling me to come out and go on the truck. Who I was saying for what? Am I a suspect? Probably, if you check it out, he probably the counselor. And the sergeant now who was supposed to be setting example. Like the video I saw the other day where this taxi man looked like a big man in her age too, was being manhandled. And the person who was videotaping, they say, are the young police them, are the young police them, and mostly the young police them do it. So I remember commenting somewhere, who are the mentors? Who are their mentor? You understand? Because they live what they learn. They may not be taught that way in training. But when you go out on the road now, you see the sergeant and the inspector behaving this way, what you think the young ones are going to do?
Was this a young officer?
The one that was telling me to come out?
Yes.
First, I don't know. I don't know that one. But as I said, the one that dragged me from the vehicle has 3 stripes, sergeant. He is a sergeant.
Yes, but you can get a 3 stripe based on your educational background. What I want to know was
in between. I don't know his age. I don't know his age. I know young boy per se.
How old you would put him?
Pardon me?
As a mother, how old you would judge his age?
It could be in his 40s, probably early 40s. I'm not sure. I'm not good at this age thing. You know, so some people look away. Or so on. But one thing me know, me almost raised me older than him.
Because they're not innocent. They're not
innocent. Never get the young boy look like 20s. Me more feel like he probably late 30s, early 40s. I'm not sure. I can't guess that.
Okay.
I can't guess that. No. So, as I said, I would have called Arlene the very day before I was strip searched now. After the court and I was to pay the fine. I said to my daughter, don't pay it. I'll do the 15 days. So of course, you know, my child now is not going to go make me lock up in a jail cell. Plus she hear one of them say what she hear with policewoman, they say something like she can't wait till Monday to send me up on the truck. Because you probably could have do 10 days in that jail cell there at Cambridge. Or if they going to send me a bail, but you know, do over 10 days, I'm told. So somehow with a tambourine farm or a woman jail there with the carted off to whatever. And She ended up paying the $15,000, and I still cannot get answers. So if I have spent the 15 days, are the same thing. If I go spend the 15 days and we're being killed in prison and come out wanting answers, I said, well, nobody wouldn't answer me. And Arlene Harrison, Henry, go and make me know. They should ask me if they take my fingerprint. I said, no. Well, they don't have anything to worry about. Can you imagine?
Hold on. You didn't
That's
do a
what she told me at
fingerprint?
the time.
You were arrested and you didn't, no fingerprint was done.
No, I mean, I did the trial, no, you know. When they charged me the $15,000, and if I don't pay it, I would be doing 15 days in prison, 15 days imprisonment. No fingerprint was taken. So people like Arlene Harris know who's going to tell me that, well, they didn't take a fingerprint.
Hold on. Are you saying that you were arrested and charged and paid a fine and no fingerprint was processed?
No fingerprint. Let me tell you, so even the letter that I wrote to the Chief Justice, you know, I'm not asking for an appeal here because I would have passed that, because if you're going to appeal, I think I must have some 14 days you have to appeal. And even before mention the Chief Justice, the very day at the very day court date, the 5th of March 2021, I would have gone to the legal aid office, their office on Union Street, same building as Housing Trust, NHT, right? And I wanted somebody to do an appeal at the time, because at the time everything wasn't sinking yet. I didn't see it yet as a scam, because what I started now is a scam. And that's why I did WhatsApp. I sent to you, I said, I don't know. I didn't say Delroy Chuck sending. I said, I don't know if he was sent by Delroy Chuck, because all the query I'm querying, nobody seems to know a judge by the name Gary Reed. And when I Google and somebody else responded to me on a radio station, and I think, and said, or Twitter, that a Gary Reed is a clerk of court that associated with the Minister of Justice office. So I'm wondering if it's the same Gary Reed. Because anyway you take it, doctor, even if he's a real judge, something is wrong here. As I pointed out to you before, how can an officer bring somebody in front of a judge, charging them for using indecent language, charging them for assaulting him, and at the same time, he withdrew resisting arrest?
By the way, not just charging you, but 2 years after.
2 years and 4 months after. And this is where now the public defender come in. What were you doing when you briefed me on what the response you got from the ACP, Donovan Graham? And I said to you, this is bullshit. The man does not respect your office. That's why he write this garbage.
Marilyn,
go ahead, do what you have to do. You didn't do it. And now in 2024, almost 6 years, because June coming will be 6 years, you're going to write to tell me that my matter is ventilated in court. What court? They took my money. They did $15,000 go to government. Or they just take it on the Friday evening and find some bar and go laugh. Go have a jolly good time.
Question, Marilyn.
Because this doesn't make any sense. And that is one of the reasons for me to be doing this too, Doc. Because if I'm to speak to anybody on the road, then for argument's sake, as soon as me gone, them they go say, "I do this woman. She take me for food. She take me for idiot," because it's like a dopey story me I tell. And this is not the first
question, Marilyn, which somebody's asking this question, which I'm quite sure they didn't. Did they read you your rights?
At what stage?
Well, somebody
you mean when I was assaulted?
But
no man, like when they know arrest you and they say you're being arrested, first one, so you have the right to reserve
silence.
No, nothing like that. Nothing like that. Just remember state of emergency. No.
Hold on. I know I could speak on your behalf because I'm following keenly now. I believe Rosemary King just came on and she was the one that asked what had happened. but she's asking if they'd read you your rights.
No, no, no.
Any rights to be read because they didn't arrest her on the day off. It's 2
After
years.
the assault, they just left me.
2 years and months after they filed charges because she went ahead with exposing. But my God, my God, my God, no empathy. The fact that this is a woman, not just a woman, not like a young, careless girl, but this is a woman, a mother, a grandmother. And mighty God of Daniel was treated this way with no assistance. And then you all expect, no, what if her son, her grandson, her nephew hear of the system doing stuff like this? No, how it leave within that person's soul to search. And as they said, prison never make for dog. And I am grateful that I have the opportunity to speak to Marilyn today. Because as you all know, I have myself have gone through hands face the corruption of this system, the justice system. Prison never make for dog. This is a senior citizen. Yes, she acknowledged that indecent language is nothing new to her, and she will use it if must. My mom on the contrary have never, she died at 63 years old, I've never used one, but I know them and I will chip them rapidly when time comes, and if it's necessary, and if I'm upset, I'm emotional, I will use them because we are Jamaican.
Exactly.
So for somebody to be haul and pull and go through all that she have been through, like, come on, where is the justice? Continue, Miss Hines.
So as I was saying, that same day, because no, I was thinking about appeal. At the time, everything wasn't sinking then. I wasn't seeing it as a scam at the time. You understand? I would have said, all right, the judge erred. That's how I was treating it. So when I went to the legal aid, no one, they were telling me they don't have anybody to do appeal. I sit my ground and I said, Madam, as a law-abiding citizen, this is my experience, and you're going to tell me that I'm to accept it just like that? There's nobody to do an appeal? She wrote me a name, and I called and gave me a name, a lady attorney. And I called her, and a gentleman answered, and I relayed to him what took place. He said, well, he's not the lawyer, he's some assistant. The lawyer will call me, and she did call me. And when I break it down to her, she was saying, you sure it's a trial? I said, yeah. She said, you swear upon Bible and make it swear upon Bible and all that. I said, yeah. She said, how much I charge you? She said, whoa. And she said, miss, leave it alone. Because why do it cost you innovate it? And for a while, I would have taken what she said. But then again, it just came back. Doctor, I try to let this thing go. Sometimes I just try to push it out. And I hope after talking to you today, I can leave it at this. After I finish with you today, I hope this is my closure. So she too asked me if my fingerprint was taken. I said no. She said, well, you don't have anything to worry about. You understand? And things like this, I said, don't expose, because some people are embarrassed. But guess what? I'm not prepared to claim the state shade. And I made that clear on Radio Jamaica hotline also too, because I've called them a few times. I would have spoken to Emily Shields about it. And way back, there was a case matter going on with Professor Blaine from the University of the West Indies. Some court business he had, and he going through court. I think was something to do with some homosexual thing or what remarks. I don't remember exactly what he probably would have said, but he ended up in court. But he ended up won his case, and he was on oh this Andre Earl program on Tuesday night. It's called Balancing Justice. And Trevor Monroe at the time was a guest. I can remember the night. And Trevor Monroe was saying that this court system works. It works. It works. People just not ventilating and criticize. So I remember I called the program the night and got through. And I was saying to Trevor Monroe that the system worked. It was a different, it was my thing either. It was my case. It was something to do with educational system. And I said to him, the system does work. It will work for somebody like Professor Blaine. But what about the lay person? What about the lay person, somebody like me? And when I related what took place back then in 2016 with my 15-year-old son at the time, everything that he suggested for me to do, I would have already done it. He himself said, Mother, everything I'm saying to you would have already do it. So he gave me a number to call him office. And when we call the office, the lady I spoke with, they say, why, I know them to deal with this, a children's advocate. I don't want to stray. I tell you, I can write book, I can write epistle. I can write epistle. The only thing is, as I said, if I'm not here speaking publicly, because Herbert Mackenzie is still alive, he's still the deputy. Arlene Harrison has resigned, but to the best of my knowledge, she's alive. The new public defender is now Caroline Reed Cameron, I think. I've never spoken to her. I try, but I can't get through. Miss Taylor, I don't know if it's her personal secretary, because I remember the last time I called, and I have to speak with Miss Cameron. She said, she have me on the phone, so till she said Miss Cameron stepped out. And she's still out. She still stepped out. And I've called after, and I'm not getting past through this Miss Taylor. You understand? So that's how it is. And people know election is in the air and debate is going on. But what is being debated? What does the debating now have to do with me? What do I take away from it?
These are the games they play when you try to reach out to them. They transfer you. Sometimes the very same person answer the phone. And when they know who it is that's calling, they said, hold on, and they transfer you to another line. And it's either voicemail or continuous ringing, or nobody said anything. It goes back to earlier, few weeks ago, we exposed what was going on in the 100-man police station. And we assure you that we'll follow up on our investigation. But while we're here with Miss Merlin, let me just edify you on recent activities. For those who haven't known or have yet to tune into the previous discussion we had someone reach out to us from the 100-man police station that's incarcerated, yes. And they send us video clippings, including from a member of the police force, a whistleblower from the police force at the 100-man police station in Portmore, St. Catherine. There was a report both in the Observer and the Gleaner that there was a possible break out by prisoners and inmates in the 100-man police station. And it was controlled and there was no injury. The only thing that was damaged was the cells. based on the Gleaner and the Observer report. However, we got clippings, which we showed you, of inmates that was beaten, brutally beaten. Bones were broken. Inmates were killed. But yet still it was cover up. And the Gleaner said there was no reports of injury or any damage to inmates except for the cells. We want to assure you that we spoke with Sergeant Thomas, female Sergeant Thomas, recently, who tried to transfer, and this is, I say this to back up what Miss Marilyn stated earlier, because I've spoken to Sergeant Thomas, and the constable who directed us to Sergeant Thomas, that she would be the one in charge of that department to speak with. And when we spoke with Sergeant Thomas, of course she hung up the phone and act as if she was losing signal. And then I called back and she picked up the phone and transferred me to another number when I asked to speak with Sergeant Thomas. And after the transfer, I hung up and I redial, got her on the phone speaking with her, but guess what? My mic was muted, so I thought I was recording, but it was recording in silence. But this just goes to show the games they play. And no one wants to be held accountable and just continue giving the runaround. Oh, speak to this person. I'll take your number and have this person reach out to you. I'm still waiting. This is what has been going on in Jamaica, in and around Jamaica. The private sector, the public sector, the politicians, the doctors, the lawyers, the police officers. When is it going to stop? When are we going to put a end to what's going on? Because it's not them. They come to us every 4 years. Sometime, never in the history I've seen 7 years pass without a local government election. But at the end of the day, they still come to us for us to elect them, to serve. But what we have been doing, we have been collecting money for our votes. We have been collecting food packages for our vote. So when these cocksuckers go into Parliament, that we elected them to serve us, they don't really have to do shit to us because they have already paid us for our votes. I wonder if you're following what I'm saying to you all. It's either we stop taking these money from them or take their money and vote them out. Take their food basket and vote them out. But stop allowing these cocksuckers to pay us for a vote. And then when they pay us for the vote, we sit and believe that, oh, after they pay us, they're going to do what is right. Hell no, they have already paid for what they wanted. They have already bought our vote. So we got what they gave us, and we get anything that they dish out. We as a people need to be more intellectual. Africa, which society speak down on, that's us Jamaican. Come on now. Let we call a spade a spade. If we get misrepresented as an African, we take it offensive. Why? Because they preach to us that Africa is nothing. So no one wants to be represented by African, or no one wants to be called an African. We're Jamaicans. Why? Because of what they told us, what they taught us. But yet still all these cocksuckers are in Africa, reaping the jewels from Africa, showing to us that the motherland is poor and pauperizing, nothing good come from it. But they are all in Africa, reaping the golds, the diamonds. The oils.
Doctor?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me read something here too. Let me just read something here. Sometimes, as I said, this is closure for me, and probably I need to stop listening to shows like yours and others just for peace of mind. Because sometimes the things that hurt me, people don't understand. I heard over and over people is bawling out to hold the politician accountable. Hold them accountable. And for instance, I sort of differ from some people. Let me explain. And for those, because everything people put politics to, I've grown up in an extended family. Meaning I've grown up with grandparents and my mother. And both of my grandparents supported the Jamaica Labour Party. For those who don't think politics, this is not about politics. I'm doing this for me, for peace of mind. And as I said, I hope this is the last time I'm going to speak of this publicly. This is where I let go. Both my grandparents supported the Jamaica Labour Party. Nobody to them like Bustamante and Hugh Shearer. My mom supported the People's National Party. Nobody to her like
Michael
Manley. And then this MP you did have, Francis Tulloch. I think she used to work at the office as office helper. Talk about a good man like that. And we had the late Radolph Scarlett as councillor, PNP councillor. Good gentleman, good people, you understand? So I say that to say this, I was exposed to like the 18 years of PNP runnings, you understand? And my first, generally, when I first voted in 2007, I voted JLP, you understand? 2011, I voted for them again. Not that I was satisfied with them, because I voted because the old Dudus thing and what happened in Kingston and all of that came up, and to me, I said, well, they were distracted because that would be under Bruce Golding. And for somehow, his speech at the time resonated with me. And they campaigned then in 2007 and changed. You understand? So I voted for them 2007 and I voted 2011. You understand? I haven't voted since. And I'm happy I haven't, because I would have been grossly embarrassed. You understand? And 2016, after they won 2007, they lost 2011, and then they came back to power 2016. I didn't vote because all the political analysis at the time were saying that the country was on the right trajectory to take off and blah blah, and the IMF was back at the table talking to them and all of that and all of that. So I didn't support the PNP party then. I chose JLP then. So based on what was going on out there in the media, what the political analysis them were saying, and what's going on with the IMF, Mr. Right, if progress is there, I'm not going to vote against progress. But I didn't choose them in 2007, so let me abstain and see. So if they perform well, I will support them in the future. Bam, election run them last. And here I am. My last X was 2011, and I'm happy. I'm happy. But somehow for this time around, if it was possible, I would have gone to vote. I would have go out to vote, although I didn't choose PNP then, but I would go out to vote. And I know half people in my family would disagree with me. Them now and go they were me there. You understand? But I would have gone out now if it was possible for me. I'm not in Jamaica this time. You understand? Me not that in a that me I'm not a diaspora. I'll be heading back home to my yard. Because which part me there friend and no friend is not for me. You understand? Me can't manage it too cold. Me too old for cold. The only thing I'm here enjoying is my son who I haven't seen over a decade and my grandchild. Right? But I don't know what is happening. Because to me, I want public defender office to, what is it? What is it? What you know about me? Oh, ask me, say, what you know about me too? You know that in 2019, or January 2019, I can't put my hand on the dates. But I got a call this Sunday evening from the same young man in the office in Montego Bay, Mr. Clark. Said to me, Mrs. Hines, Miss Harrison, Miss Arlene Harrison Henry coming up in your area tomorrow, which would have been Sunday. Can you host us? I said yes. So they were asking me now to get all who I can find that who was being detained and all of that. Because the reason for that now, the government of the day was giving them hell when they were talking about the condition at the Freeport lockup for the detainees, what they were in and all of that and all of that. And then they were being made to, government at the time would want to say then a lie, them a tell. It's not that bad. So they called me and said they were coming up to the community the Sunday if I could host them. I said yes, and I went out on the main and meet them. And they were seated right there in my home. You understand? So it's not like they don't know me. You understand? It's like they don't know me. So what is it? Where are you not doing your job? Is it they are afraid of somebody or what? Why? I don't know. So let me, before I forget, because it's so much, let me go back to Indicom now. When this whole court thing come up, I now call Indicom. And by this, the first person that had my case was this young man, Lee Malcolm. I think he's in trouble now in Canada. And because it's when I call him, no, I read it in the paper. I read about him in the paper. And when I call the office sometime after now on my matter, I realized that it's a new young person have my case. The young man, the last he briefed me, he said they have fined the sergeant, they have fined Sergeant Anthony Patterson, a statement was taken, and my file is prepared and sent off to Kingston at the legal fraternity to be dealt with. So the bigger heads then to deal with, right? But I think he's telling me what is supposed to happen, but not what have happened. Because how I look at it, the final say would be if he conducted the investigation and all of that, prepare it. I think they know what you call it, the director for the region, which is Errol Chateau. And let me tell you why I'm calling out Errol Chateau. Because if I have my way, he wouldn't have a job. Let me put it that way. I'm not going to even call the young man who I spoke with who prepare my file and tell me that it's sent off to Kingston. I believe them. But what the young man may not know, when he prepared that file and take it into Errol Chateau and say, here is that file, did Errol Chateau sign off and send it on to Kingston? I've spoken to you for it now, the head of Indicom. I've spoken to Amish Campbell also. And I've tried to talk to them again, but I'm not getting through again passing the secretary. You understand? So it's not like I haven't tried. And that's why, let me reiterate, that's why I'm here. I can help myself. I don't have any PhD, I don't have any masters. But I can help myself. I can afford to buy a credit, put on $3,000 on my phone at any given time. And I can write for you to understand. And I'm not getting anywhere. So what happened to them guys? Their only crime is to squash out some ganja in them and bleach out and whatever. You understand? When they meet the Anthony Wallace, the inspector who would have seen what Sergeant Anthony Patterson have done and done nothing about it and was prepared to come in court, to come in perjury, and they're getting away with it. What is happening to our young men? And all the media persons and the and PSOJ who is calling out about crime. I tell you, sir, me alone can give you material for a whole week. But as I said, this is what I'm about now. Me, this case. So as I said to you, when I went to the legal aid, that lawyer called me, she said, what it's going to cost me, it doesn't worth it. You see, in 2019, when I was to renew my contract, because every year you have to get your license for PSAJ, private security regulation, PSRA, every year you have to do that, renew the license. So I remember 2019 when I go to renew my license. No, it wouldn't have been 2019, 2021, because the court case now was the 5th of March, as I said, 2021. Mm-hmm. And I'm renewing my PSRA in September, right? So there's a question on the form. Have you ever been arrested? So although I wasn't carted off to jail and put in a jail cell in 2018 at the time, I was manhandled, and it led to a trial now some 2-3 years after, where I was found guilty for resisting arrest. And I said, I didn't fill it in. I said to the person who was dealing with me, Miss, I have had this experience. I wasn't handcuffed and taken off to lock in jail cell then, but I was manhandled and left on the side of the road, which leads to a court matter, so and so on. She turned to me and she said, did your fingerprint taken? I said, no. She said, well, put no on it. So you see, I was hoping there and then they would have said, well, miss, you can't sign it. Put me out of work in from 2021.
Merlin,
this is my experience.
Did you got a receipt from the $1,500 that you paid?
Yeah, man, I have my receipt.
Quite a few people have been saying that I know you're going for closure, but I don't think you will get closure until justice is served.
Well, it's up on the state, because as I said, I'm not prepared to claim the state shame, and that's why I'm here. I want to tell you, I spoke to Emily Shields more than one occasion. But the second to last time I spoke to her on that line, when I came off the years, a gentleman from Canada, and they have the thing is, they have the country in this state of mind where people hungry, and they now pay attention to certain things. Because if I'm to judge my household, like my children and grandchildren, they don't listen radio. Ask them who is Alan Magnus, ask them who is Doreen Samuel, they don't have a clue. You understand? Is social media, phone and them something them probably when me with them on Twitter and they look and all of that, them know that what them interested in is not the serious issues of the day.
That matter.
You understand?
It's like
I've seen
them interview quite a few people and they ask them who is the councillor they're voting for, who is a member of parliament, and they're like, I don't know, I'm just voting for this party. I come see my family doing this, I come see no policy, nothing for the betterment of Jamaica or nothing.
This gentleman called out of Canada last time I spoke to Emily Shields on that line. And the gentleman, of course, heard me and he was saying, what? In Canada, no one go to court unrepresented. They have duty officers right there sitting there. And if a citizen turn up unrepresented, there is duty counsel right there to represent them. You understand? And surprisingly, somebody like Emily Shields did not expand on that. She just said, well, that's not how we do it here. And since I touched that, let me tell you too, I'm privy to a list of from the public defender's office with at least, I don't have to have more, 8 listed attorneys on it. Before I go there, let me just read something here to your listeners.
Go ahead.
It says the role of the public defender in Jamaica as described and the Office of the Public and the Office of Official website. And I've screenshot this then when I Googled it. In Jamaica, the role of the Office of the Public Defender is to be an advocate for persons who are without resources to do so for themselves. In fulfilling that role, she can investigate complaints against the government, seek redress for the constitutional and administrative injustice, and pay people's attorneys' fee as needed. You understand? So it's not that what it's not in the Constitution or what is supposed to be done is not on book. It's supposed to be done. So I'm baffled why I, at 55, was manhandled by a piece of nuisance in the police force, and you failed to represent me. You failed to represent me. And it's not like you don't, the resources, you hear the government, you hear the minister, you hear the Prime Minister, Andrew Honest, Honorable Andrew Honest, you hear the Honorable Delroy Chuck, Minister of Justice, say it, Minister of Security, the Honorable Chang, say in the comments there, the OPD is there. So why are they not doing what they're supposed to do or what they're afraid of? And as let me tell you again, I said I can give you a whole week material. You understand? Because there was an incident one time when I was on that line one Saturday night, they break Sunday morning with Mr. Reed and the Darning. I said, show him. I know the Darning. No. Ooh. And I remember when he show again. But I was speaking to him on another issue. And Arlene Harrison called me this Sunday morning. So I was at work this Saturday night. And I spoke with Mr. Reed in before day this Sunday morning. So I don't know if it's somebody tell Miss Arlene Harrison then, or she heard herself, but she called me this Sunday morning. And she said, Mrs. For some more reason, she don't call me Mrs. Hines. She called me by my nephew's surname. She called me by another name for some reason. Then you stuck with her. She said, what is happening? And I said it to her. And she sent me to an attorney. I'm going to call his name because he's dead. Morel Beckford. But at the time, she didn't give me the full name. She just gave me one part of the name. She never remembered the whole of it. And she sent me round by the office. She said, go around the office, David will tell you the name. And I went around the office. And the young man in the office furnished the name. I called the attorney and said, Mr. Harrison asked me to speak with you. And he gave me a time when I could come. And I left work and went there. And I sat with him and I explained what was happening there. Not my matter, different matter. And he enlightened me, which I know, because if I didn't know that shit was going on, I wouldn't be in here talking about it. You understand? So the gentleman was saying, Miss, that's not how tribunal works. I don't want to stray from what is happening now. I tell you, say I have book and receipts. I have book and receipt, doctor. Remember me tell you. I have book and receipt. You see, if it was possible if I have to take up a stone or a bottle and fling it in my flat screen and somebody would have get hurt, a several flat screen would I have. Because there are some people coming on TV and on radio talking. They don't have the moral authority to be speaking. Remember me tell you. It's a dark day in Jamaica and somebody needs to intervene before we reach where Haiti reach. Somebody needs to intervene. Don't wait on it for us to become like Haiti. For any other country go intervene. You understand? It can't continue this way. Oh, yes, too few youths lose their way in the community, creating havoc. But when you come in, when the security force come in, citizens were blocking them. There was no roadblock. Nobody wasn't barring them out. I remembered in 2016, I was at home. And I heard, can I come in? Can I come in? And before I even answer, yes, police was in my house. Police was in my house. I didn't have a problem with it. They walk around in there and them look around. I didn't have a problem with it. To me, if they want to come take up the space in my garage or from my house stuff and finish house stuff, they can do it. So, and as I said, soldiers were on the ground from 2017. The morning when I was assaulted by Anthony Patterson, soldiers were on the ground from 2017. Soldiers were there on the ground when it happened. And you stopped me. I turned on my phone. And you dragged me out like a common criminal. You just caught up with XKP. And you just caught up with me. And I was about to make a run for it again. And the state treating it with scant regard.
Entertainment Now said it's your ministry lady. God didn't call you for you to be silent. God allowed it for you to ministry.
To speak, and that's what I'm doing.
3 Hebrews boys. This is crazy what you have been through, Miss Marilyn.
And I choose your platform, as I said, I've spoken on radio before. I've been tweeting, I've tweeted to Dear Jackson Miller. I've sent messages on WhatsApp and hotline to she and Emily Shields, and nobody responded. And these people are journalists and speaking about crime and violence and blah, blah, blah.
They are journalists.
You have women who are capable of picking up the gun too. That's not my line. Me love freedom, sir. I slept in a king-size bed. Me like to lie down at my own ledger, bed at my own ledger, eat at my own ledger. Me can't manage prison. But the state fails me. And the question I'm asking, how many youths the state have failed? And right now, when I hear a story, any one of them committed themselves, I can't help but God. Did they experience anything like what I went through? Because this thing will push people. And even trial going on, and you hear the judge going through the 2 combs. They talk about constitution and this and that, and the devil knows what. What does all of that mean to me? I'm not a criminal. I wasn't accused of anything. And I went through this and I can't get justice. And you're telling me no, blah, 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 because the money spent in there. Why is it if I should retaliate and commit myself, now the state will provide me an attorney, like the young man that killed off that four or five family member, it was his aunt and cousins in Clarendon, it was. When you commit yourself, they provide lawyer. They know each if find justice who suggests that you do life imprisonment or being hanged and all of that and all of that. The dear lovely lady Paula Llewellyn will come and they talk about justice.
What? Hold on. Hold a sec now. Because I don't put up with slackness, What lovely lady you're talking about?
Doctor, I'm not going where you're going. I'm not going where you're going.
You can't say lovely and Paula Llewellyn together. It's just make no sense. Lovely and Paula Llewellyn, I call a spade, and I will not call it a clubs because both of them black. I can call her a pichiri because her hairstyle kind of seems similarity to a pichiri. For a woman of standard of caliber, I don't know what type of hairstyle that is, but Lovely and Paula Llewellyn must not ever be mentioned together. I'll allow you to continue.
That's your opinion, Doc. But as I said, I'm capable of being a ghetto. Let it go if it needs to be. But I consider myself respectful. As I said to you, I've worked 21 years straight with guardsmen. And I've done, I think, about, I don't quite remember when I started, but about 4 years with Atlas. I deal with people. And as a security guard, most of my duties were like gate, where I deal with people. You understand? And I'm not one of those people that take up people's grievance and like somebody come and say, I don't like the doctor. And I'm going to say, yes, the doctor is this or the doctor is that. That's not me. You understand? I deal with things accordingly. If you give me, and probably some of the things I experience too. You understand? Some of the things I experience, I'm not going to take up judge anybody else from anybody. I will read, I will observe, because even what's going on now with the cartel case and all of that and things coming out. Since I touch the cartel case now, I am at a place now where I'm wondering, since they didn't find Lizard body, if he's really dead, the police killed him. They're capable of it because they are liars, some of them. Some of them. That's where I'm at now.
There's so much story goes on, and it's
that's where I'm at.
With the corruption,
hold on there. I'm told I heard the house was demolished, but I'm not sure of who sanctioned the house to be demolished. Because if a murder of that magnitude where people was chopped up, a person was chopped up, fine, we can't find them. I would think that building should have been cordoned off and preserved, and no, we should have did it. So who sanctioned for it to bulldoze? You know,
what were they covering up?
As I said, this wasn't my business. This is not my business. Kingston, I mean, I said James. But based on what I went through, a sergeant manhandled me, and then 2 years and 4 months, I'm getting summons that I assaulted, and I use indecent language in which you resisting arrest, come back.
You know,
nobody said to me anything.
Somebody said something earlier, Marilyn, that what you went through was appointed. Something to the sort of what I'm saying. I don't want to quote the person, but what they were saying, that what you went, I think it was entertainment now, correct me if I'm wrong, what you went through, it was your ministry. Yes, it was him. God didn't call you for you to be silent, but you were placed in a predicament. You're not a criminal. You're a woman of standards. Yes, you will curse, you know a curse word. We all do.
If I have cursed to.
Yes. But you were hauled and pulled from your vehicle. And when you tried to seek justice 2 years and months after, you were placed in this predicament. Yes? And it just goes to show that what you have been through, others needed to hear, because a lot of people sit back and look and said whatever the prosecutor come with, if they didn't have reason for them to come, they wouldn't say. But come on. When you hear the saying, say prison never meant for dog, this is what the parable is about. Innocent people do get caught up, and the system will sink innocent people and have no care or acknowledgement or any empathy towards that person, as long as they can get a conviction to benefit their status, and cares not what it do, the damage it make on that person's life. No, this is a woman of standard.
And before I forget rather, as I was saying, read the public defender's office. I'm privy to a list where they have 8 attorneys on it. And let me tell you, after speaking to Emily, she's the second to last time, she said to me, you may think the world is against you, because I was relating to her, not getting anywhere, time is running out for where civil suit is concerned, and I just not getting through. And I try the list, and I got a lady from it. And I would have explained to them what I was about on the phone, and then say, yes, man, because I wanted to know if they do cases with contingency. And they said yes. So I went in, right? So although they're on that list that public defender would have recommended that these are attorneys that studies constitutional affairs, know what is what. You understand? It wouldn't be public defender now sending me, and me know would that they talk to them independently. And I left I spoke to them on the phone, and they said they invite me. So yes, they do. They handle matters like that on contingency basis. And I went in, I give a statement, signed to it, a statement, signed statement. I left the office with an agreement on contingency. And at the end of the day, they pull out. You understand? Say, what? Me and them know they fine amicable grounds because I'm asking too much for compensation and all of that. But what happened, what really happened, during our conversation one of the time, she was telling me that I need to come into Kingston, like Rhoda say, okay, Monday morning you need to grab a bus, come into Kingston and sign off. She was telling me like, sign off to what I expect compensation, like a figure, come up with a figure and sign off on that. So I said, although I don't know about courthouse and all of that, that don't make no sense because I know she they award me anything if award that would left to the court. So why you want me come in to Kingston to sign off something that this is what I'm paying for? This amount is what I'm paying for. So me just get one figure, which she claims say was too high, and that I'm asking for too much. So at the end of the day, she fall out of it. I'm not with an attorney, and she said me can go on radio, me can go on a JLC thing. I want next story. They tell you say me can me any program with a this or any hotline, me can furnish your material for a whole week and perhaps more. Where this girl is coming from, this girl who have never broken any law, I've never committed a crime, I've never been in courthouse. You understand? My line of work, I remember before I even start to stay in Montego Bay, I have to out on the road to catch a 5:20 bus. Location I was working to reach a work 7 o'clock. You understand? At one stage I worked like more than 3 years straight nights. You understand? Me not have no time for road. I don't keep friends. People don't come on my yard, come laba. People don't sit on my yard. And when me used to go home, if a child is at my yard before me reach up, if someone is over my yard, me not tell them someone want to on my yard when I'm not there. If you're going to come when I'm there. I don't want children on my yard. Me can't bother with the passa. You understand? So I would want to know, I'm being treated the way I'm treated and reported it to the relevant bodies, and nobody's is responding in a positive way. I've taken a lawyer to JLC already, and me, the dunce without PhD, was able to put my complaint in writing that they could understand it, to conclude that the lawyer at the time have a case to answer to. But guess what? At the end of the day, it was what? The term they use, non-case submission. Because what? The lawyer turned up with him lawyer, big renowned lawyer. Big renowned lawyer turned up with big renowned lawyer for represent him. So I don't know what they want from me. So not even the letter, the complaint when me write, when me get JP sign up there before me left Kingston and all of that. Not even that did open. All the garbage when right. No open. Different cases.
Quite a few people have been saying you should reach out to Isaac Buchanan.
You know, I've spoken to, let me tell you something. I've been trying to reach Mr. Isaac before, even an Andre program. Before Andre did come off of the air, I've sent him a WhatsApp message to give Rattigan and Mr. Buchanan my phone number. I did that. And since I've spoken to Rattigan and his program too.
You have spoken to Rattigan personally?
No, I mean on the program, like I would call in your program.
Okay.
Right. And they did say I was to give my name and number. But I sent a message to Mr. Rattigan phone because you know in my Isaac I would have communication since I don't have a number for Mr. Isaac. But I haven't gotten a let me tell you something too, since you touched that too. Let me tell you something. The biggest problem with Jamaica is blessed. We are blessed because if you notice, even with natural disaster, that place where we are on the map, it's like we are protected under the wings of God. So we make our own disaster with the violence and that. And what I'm telling you, know, some people are pushed to it. I know you have youth is going to stray and take up badness. That is going to happen. But them who make that choice should be enough for the security force to deal with. Why the system is pushing others to join those who choose badness. And I was saying to Mr. Rattigan then, what we needed on the ground is a legal fraternity that is independent of government. Because what I'm pointing out here to you, everything is connected to government. Because unlike most people who wants to know the 6th parliamentarian who they said
enlisted,
it's allegedly for illicit enrichment. I'm interested in the other 2 public servants. Who are they? Who are they? I'm interested in the whole 28, not just the 6th parliamentarian. Because the public servants are like government themselves, because most of the time, these people are handpicked by government, by the Prime Minister or whoever. You understand? So we can't be calling out 6 parliamentarian, and we don't have interest in the 22 public servants, who is like government. Because as I said before, most of the time these people are handpicked to sit in those space. And when I'm talking about the public defender's office here too, I'm not broad brushing. So let me finish by saying the biggest problem that we have with Jamaica is the size. Everybody knows each other. So guess what? I'm here, you and I are best friend, hypothetically speaking. You and I are best friend. However, you have another friend who is my worst enemy. You understand? I can tell you, you're the only person so far I hear calling out people, not care class or greed or whatever they are. I mean not agree. I hope you don't get offended by your style, everything, your style in terms. I hope you don't get angry. I'm just telling you where I'm at. I'm not agree with everything, how you present your stuff. You understand? But outside of that, you're the only person I hear calling out persons for what it is. You understand? We are everybody connected. So yes, this lawyer may be doing a good job, but guess what? This lawyer may have a friend that I know is corrupt. You get what I'm saying?
And
so you see where it is.
That's the thing I spoke about, because if you have a friend that's connected with corruption, then you yourself gonna be biased. You can't be impartial. You can't be partial.
They may not know. But for instance, now let's say I reach out to somebody now, and I'm saying, well, this is it. And they say, look here, my phone, this one I'm talking to you on, and the other one is full of lawyers. Because at the end of the day, when I realized that Montego Bay is corrupt, I started to reach out to Kingston. JFJ again. JFJ, Jamaican for Justice. Advocates for the lay person. I reach out to them. On Twitter.
Jamaica for who? Jamaica for who?
I reach out to them on Twitter, Doc. And I was told, when I explained myself, I was told that they don't do case. They don't get involved in case that have gone through the court. That have gone through the court. You tell me now, if you don't do case that go through the court, where are you referring? What was this gentleman's name that was sucked by parasites? Chink, becomes anemic. His blood was sucked from him after how much years in jail cell. Why are you talking about it? Why are you talking about it? So I'm telling you, if it was possible for me to hurt people, because that's the only way me don't hurt people physically, I would have. Like when me fling something on my flat screen when I see your face, then me I tell you enough people that get licked. And if me hear you on the radio and me go take piece or two before and slap the radio and know so you that get hurt, trust me, you that get hurt. You would have get hurt because some of them will get up to come talk about crime and violence and this. They don't have the moral authority to speak.
It go back to what you said earlier.
Several lawyers I've spoken to, which I will not name, because guess what? Them not owe me nothing. Them not owe me nothing. See, represents me. You get what I'm saying?
Yes.
But one when named Albert Morgan from Montego Bay, him me we call out, him me did care go to jail, see. And I can tell you the first time when we go up there and they said them ask him for some documents and him say he will make me get them. And one of the attorneys said to him that no, you send it to us and we will forward it to her. And at the end of the day, I'm surprised when the lawyer took up his phone and called me. They asked me my address, my mailing address, and send me the document. So I said to Mr. Morgan, didn't they tell you to send the documents to them and they will forward it to me? Yes, but I'm making it easier. So you know what they go down. And Ian Wilkinson, QC, Ian Wilkinson, he's a fraud. He's fraud. He, for fear nobody not think what me knows, think I know what I'm talking about. Ian Wilkinson was the chairman for the tribunal, emergency tribunal, set up in St. James during the state of emergency in 2018. He is fraud. He's no big deal. He's fraud. He's fraud that I remember sending him a WhatsApp message and a young man from his office called me and asked me did you send a message to Mr. Wilkinson's phone? I said, well, I sent a message to a number. I'm not sure if it's Ian Wilkinson's because I haven't dealt with him directly. I got this number from documents provided to me by Albert Morgan. And so he asked me where I sent it, and I relate to him what happened. I go through the whole thing what happened. And at the end of the day, he will just wish me luck. So when me the talk, it's not like nobody do come for me, so then they go sue me. Although this is Jamaica. So at the end of the day, you just went and then they go sue me. Guess what? Then you see, through me learn now, then I have to go try my case in a civic center out in the open Montego Bay parade. Some open space.
If they corrupt you, they're not gonna come to you with that.
Ian Wilkinson is nobody. He was there colluding with lawyer like Albert Morgan to rip off the young youths them being detained and beaten during 2018 emergency state SOE. You understand? And Arlene Harris knows it. She knows. She knows. Because when I told you, when she called me this Sunday morning and sent me to Morel Beckford, God rest his soul, he passed down. And even hit me suspicious, said, me don't know how he dead. But it's not for me to go because me not like speculate. And anytime I call a program, I always said, I'm not one. Just when I'm listening to bloggers and all of that, you have some bloggers, every other word they speak, allegedly. I hate it. If I'm going to allege, I'm not going to speak.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to speak.
Yes.
You understand? Ian Wilkinson, Ian G. Wilkinson, QC, Casino, a fraud. He was facilitating lawyer like Albert Samuel Morgan for rip off the young man them.
Because when you speak of the terms allege, it means you have no concrete evidence of what you're speaking
exactly.
of. You're
so tell them to come at me.
You have no knowledge to what you're speaking of, so you can't really come forth. And so for you to come out and speak, to cover yourself by you putting out something and then to cover yourself by allege. The
and I
word
think
allege is to admit that you know that you're lying, and to save your ass, you're putting out the word allege. It's just rumor you're bringing out.
And I think that's what is affecting what is happening to me now. That same tribunal thing, different. Me tell you, me can give you, in fact, me can feed any program. Me can write a book. We can write a book. I remember when I spoke to Emily Shields, when the gentleman from Canada said, this not happening in Canada. Everybody need to be represented. They have legal counsel sitting there at the courthouse just for that. If you turn up and represented. I remember the Friday, a lady called Emily Shields and said, look here, man, I wanted to get you yesterday when you was talking to that lady that called herself Quest. And that the lady that called in, she called herself Feathered. She said, man, I wanted to catch you yesterday because you should have tell that lady to that she needed unices. So don't me know that you know what unices means. So me go consult my dictionary. It's like an author that write novel. But what Feather would know, my book would be non-fiction, true story. And that's why I appreciate being on your program today, because when we tweet and if we make certain comments, people not gonna believe it because it don't make no sense. And then on everything you can tweet and what, because the long episode, you know, the space is not there for it.
Only a few words, you can't say much.
Exactly. So people don't get the full drift of it.
Marilyn, that you should get in collab with Rattigan, but you were mentioning that you've spoken to Rattigan.
Yeah, man, I've spoken to him.
And you send him information personally. I know he's a busy person, and a lot. What had became of that?
I haven't gotten a response. And to where I'm at, as I said, June coming, it's 6 years. It's like I'm not expecting much. As I said to you, for me, I want to use this privilege you have given me to speak. I want to use it as closure. That's for me. If somebody wishes to reach out to you to contact me and want to move on, well, fine. I don't, whatever. But I'm not expecting much.
So in other words, you have reached your breaking point. It's 6 years going on.
Yes.
But if somebody should reach out to assist in the investigation, you would be upfront to assist. But you're not expecting much of it.
Right.
But if expectation should come forth, you would pass it to Pete.
Yes, they can call me. If they call you, you can give them a number and all of that. Or anybody hearing and interested, they can give you. A lot of people know me, man. A lot of elites. They don't know me like that outside of Arlene Harrison Henry and the young man in the office at Montego Bay and Herbert McKenzie don't even know me like that. You understand? But if you might listen, because I know them listen radio. They might not be listening to you. They used to do a program on RJR. They listen radio. You understand?
They tune in because even yesterday or this morning, Ratty sent something to me. So we've been back and forth. So I'm going to reach out to Rattigan again and refresh him. I know he's a busy person, and I don't think this was a deliberate thing on his side.
No, I'm not blaming. I know they have their hands full.
No, you didn't cause any blame or anything, but I'm just speaking because people like to put words in your mouth and go quote and say what you say from what you not say. So I'm just making sure. I don't think this is something deliberately on Rattigan's side, but I know he's a busy man as myself, and I think he's more even busy than I am. So I can understand sometimes things may like slip through his palm, not willingly, but I'm going to bring it back to the forefront and see if anything can be done from this. I know that ISAT is now
busy, tied up,
busy. Yeah. Worldwide, we all know why, but I'm quite sure he has also, because I've tuned into him and I've listened to him, he has a passion of what he does, and he have a great sense of humor. A very serious attorney and a great sense of humor. Admire that about him. So I'm going to reach out to Rattigan again And I'm quite sure because I've seen quite a few people commenting, oh, Ratigan, you can't find closer until you reach out to ISAT. But again, yes, I will do my part and see, because whatever I pick up, I don't like to put down without closing. And I really believe that closer for you is seeking justice, getting justice. I understand that you have gone through a lot. It's 6 years, and a woman, I mean, with all that's been going on,
anybody
not
that
just
can get
anybody.
me, anybody that can
Anybody
get
been doing it.
Doctor, anybody, if you can't find somebody to get me the justice, guess what? Then I'll be nominating you for the one of our national hero. It's not a laughing matter, but what do I do? I needed this.
But I definitely want to leave an impact on this world. So, and the reason why I'm doing what I'm doing.
Guess what? Guess what again, Doc? Yes. In terms of taking suit against the assault, where the sergeant is concerned, come June 24, it's finished. It's finished. However, read the courthouse, what transpired in the courthouse. 24th. Yes, this June coming, it will be full 6 year, the 25th. So up until the 24th, you have until June 24th, which nobody will sit down and they wait until even June, much more for wait by the day 24th to try anything. So it's like in terms of statute of limitation.
Yes.
It's out the door. I wouldn't be able to take make a civil suit against the police. But outside of that now, what transpired in the courthouse, I've written to the Chief Justice asking for an audit to be done at the Cambridge Courthouse for the period of December 4, 2020 to March 5, 2021. That's what I'm asking of the Chief Justice, an audit. So if anybody out there and have the wherewithal to get through to Justice Brian Sykes, I've sent him an email. Secretary Julian Mowat has acknowledged that she received the email. They're asking for some time to do some investigation or whatever. So I'm even wondering if that's what prompts the OPD office now, if they have probably been contacted and matters being discussed, and they say, okay, write a letter, give her as closure then. Your matter was ventilated in court, so your case closed. I'm wondering, but as I said, I'm not one for speculating, so I don't know if that's what happened. So I'm not asking about appeal, because period of to appeal would long gone. But in terms of doing a civil matter against Anthony Patterson, Sergeant Anthony Patterson, I would have up until June before the statute of limitation.
Let me inform you of something here with these numbers and dates that you've been given. I've been saying to you since one of the time you're speaking to me, just tear me up, because I'm looking through your eyes in the eyes of my mother. You hear I said my mother have passed on.
Yes.
June 24th would be 22 years since she passed off. You spoke about June 25th. June 25th, 2009, my very first time, this was one of my bucket lists that I ticked off. Disney World. I was at Disney World June 25th, 2009, the day when Michael Jackson died. On June 24th, I went to Disney World the year after to release that stress, that burden that I've been bringing from the death of my mom. And it's not coincidental, but appointed that you just mentioned that the 24th of June coming would be the expiration date to bring forth a suit to the gentleman. Well, you have reached here on the Lady Whistleblower Show with me, your host, Dr. Gordon. And rest assured, whatever means necessary, I will do to make sure justice is being served on your part. what he have gone through is wrong. Wrong on top of wrong.
Oh, I just remember something. Let me say it before I cut you. As I said, Ian G. Wilkinson a fraud. That list I spoke to you about the public defenders list, what they 8 attorneys they would recommend. If so, the public defender now would say, for instance, put my case to any of the attorney. They pay the full fee once they consider it reasonable. Ian Wilkinson is on that list. And I remember saying to the young man in the office, why Ian Wilkinson is on this list? This man would have a say into those whose time being extended in detention. Why is he on the list? Isn't this conflict of interest? So I know that it wouldn't be only like abuses, atrocities alone they deal with, because you have environmental fear, environmental issues and all of that. But separating man, because just seeing the man name on the list, me grieve. It make me want puke. So is this about money making? And I notice when people, even in a state of, you hear them talking about statistics. Nobody talking about statistics. Nobody. Because the amount of trips I've seen made from my community, one person they lock up more than one time. When they pick up some of them, they have them first process paper upon them. Waste of resources. And when you pick them up, you label them as violence producer. You introduce them to prison cell, have some of them amongst people being charged for crime.
We don't
name them as prison producer, some pitney, whenever, even in a fight with anybody. Trips after trips. And they come tell me about statistics says, I heard Chang say it out of mouth, 90% of who was detained are criminals. What audacity!
When Chang, I don't listen to Chang, you know. When Chang speak, I go back and play that recording that Rattigan have been showing us, where Minister of Misinformation, Nestor Morgan, stated out of his mouth, never you trust the word from a politician. It's the statistics that we speak about, that Dr. Chang should speak about, is what WikiLeaks have on him, that is implicated with the Stonecrusher gang. And he's the Deputy Prime Minister. I wonder why he has not traveled to the United States in how long, having Andrew Holness doing stuff. But that's another thing to come, because what y'all don't know, you know, and I can say this without say it allege. Before the last election, Andrew Holness and Darrell Vaz was supposed to be in hot water investigation with the American government. But they don't want to embarrass Jamaica because he became the Prime Minister. This is why, by any means necessary, Andrew Holness is trying to hold on to power. In this, that's why he haven't called 7 years and he haven't called a local government election. But he can run, but he can't hide. It's only a matter of time. Miss Marilyn, we do appreciate you stopping by to expose what has been going on. And this is not something that you should have been going through. But we do appreciate the fact that you went through it. And you're not a man who was, we can say, oh, we judge and say a criminal. You're not a little young, careless girl, but you're a woman of standard. And you've faced this backlash. And have been suffering with so much Indicom. You have reached out to Indicom with no avail. You have reached out to multiple other parties.
Hold on. One more thing. I'm not going to speak in details on it because I wasn't given permission to do so. But let me tell you, Sunday, April 12, 2020, there was no state of emergency in my community. What was up then was curfew, because it would be COVID. So you have COVID curfew, 3 o'clock curfew. And 2 vehicles, could have been 3, but me know more than 1. 2 vehicles looking new, grey in color, marked SWAT on it, drove down in the community. Same place where the police them used, where the soldier did camp out during the state of emergency. I said place that some youth did they play them, you know. All right. They based on what happened, or they creep them up, treat them like a gang goat during the state of emergency. If you don't know, if you consult your calendar, the 12th of April would be Easter Sunday. The 13th Monday would have been Easter Monday. So the 12th of April 2020 would be a Sunday. The 2 SWAT team drove down. I tell you, I know for my business, so me know I said 2 was there. It could have been 3. You won't quite remember, but I know 2 was there. And when they drove down, all the youth them scatter. And those policemen get up and them spray some shots. They get up on my veranda and me say, who are they shooting for? What are they shooting for? What are they shooting for? Me don't want nobody. One of the youth them when they look for at the time, one way already dead, 2 of the main guys they wanted to look for, one way already dead, but one was still at large. Me never down there. In which part they played that, but one thing me know, if that the youth they went down there, no police could not come down, come surprise anybody. You understand? Everybody scatter and them jump out and them spray. A young man was shot in the neck. And Indicom came on the scene. Indicom was called, I am assuming it's by the, I'm alleging it's by the police. I don't think no citizen were equipped like that. We call Indicom right away. You understand? And Indicom came on the spot. And that young man was taken to the Cornwall Regional Hospital this Sunday, April 12th, and left at the hospital, and that was it. No police have gone back to him to speak with him. Nobody from Indicom, to the best of my knowledge, have gone back to speak with him. But guess what? That young man have sense. Me fool. Put it away there.
Hold on, stick up in right there. Stick up in right there, because I notice it's about the 7th time you speak, you try to belittle yourself. And it just goes right to where the comment I'm going to put up right now. Let me read what Yvonne O'Connor had stated. Ma'am, you are intelligent and brave. Give yourself a hug. Some person with accolades. I guess this is me, because I'm not pronouncing this word. No, I'm not pronouncing this word.
Accolades.
Doesn't speak as well as you. So give yourself a hug. Stop telling yourself, boy. I know when you speak, it may be in a sarcastic term.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
But because the words of our mouth defile our body.
Guess what? No, but how society deal with you, you know. Some before they guess what? I don't want people think they have secret for me. As I said to you repeatedly, me have story can tell you, can give a whole week's show from 2016. My eyes not escape me. And even in the morning, you know, when we were stopped, when they signal my husband to stop and I pick up my phone, it was nothing about them, you know. But it's what I was going through at the time with the education system. when my 15-year-old was put out of school and all of that. That was part of it. And it happened just about when my community flare up. You understand? It's just that I have that son with me in town with me. Even before I start high school. He used to go Cambridge High. So even before when he go primary, Bickerstad State Primary, I have him in town with me. So that's what burned me. So what was going on in my community, and you turn a 15-year-old pickney out of school without just cause. You understand? And just like how you hear me, I tell you, the struggles I'm going through now, that's the same thing. I was on radio, put on hold for information to be taken. I know nobody no come on the radio, same line.
Because you spoke about journalists earlier, and you have to understand, these journalists, they won't really deal with issues that's matter because they are in the pocket. They're on the payroll.
I remember going to the Western Mirror with an article on the front page, brains over breed. A young miss was denied to participate in graduation because she braid her hair, but she have gone through some sickness and all of that. But anyway, the news reached the paper. And I remember taking the Western Mirror and went by Western Mirror, sat there and waited for a reporter to come. And I said, when he came, the person that came to me, I'm not going to call his name, no, but if they want to challenge it, you make me know and then maybe call them out. Because it's not about any name you hear me call. It's because I have good reason, I'm hurting, and I know. You understand? People want to owe me nothing when I have reached out to, who not owe me nothing, I go call them out. Right? So I go under the mirror and then the paper, I say, you see a headline here? Then you need to put out a warning for me. Say, them no move Mavis Hamilton from Cambridge High. Things can happen. And I remember giving the report, a 4-page report I got from the Office of the Children's Advocate. And when he was going through with it, he said, what a wicked woman, what a witch, That's how it was going on. And then all of a sudden, he started to give me back the report. You see, when he started stretching back to me, I know exactly where he reached. He reached in it, which part the children advocate was saying to the principal, because the principal claims that I me keep my child out of school to do my own investigation. They're saying, no, that is not so, because she have reached out to so many people, including the Ministry of Education, the director, Michelle Pinnock. And that's how he reach me, know, so that's how he reach and he hand me back the paper. He saying, we call me, and he take my phone number, me volunteer for giving my phone number, and no, me not get the call.
All connected.
And no, me not get the call. You understand? And all guess connected. What? You see the lawyer when me can't go to jail, see? In the same time when that was going on with my child, I've reached out to that lawyer, because that time I remember me get one partner draw. Could have pay a lawyer. Me get one partner draw because security worker bill house. And I hit me bill me house out and send my children through school. They never depend on part. Me nyam chicken back, save me money, show partner credit union, and bill me house, and me have a husband who help me. You understand? But me get the partner draw for 400, I think it was 480 something thousand, I'm willing to spend it on a lawyer. And I contacted a lawyer. I go to the office and the secretary tell me, say, in their courthouse, man, go over there and brief him, and if you don't take the case, he will get back to you. And I went over the courthouse and I briefed him. And he said, yes, get a copy of the school rule and go back to my secretary. And I went back. And that was it. Nothing. Because when you sit down and realize, now I realize they have written to the director from September when school opened. And yet the principal was able to turn up the school in the child in this new school year. Batty and Bench, who don't take on Michelle Pinnock. Michelle Pinnock, mother is instrumental in creating Shamshab Teachers College. Her husband, I think, is some vice chancellor, Michael University. You understand? She's the niece of the late Howard Cook, Who's going to take on those people for me and nobody? You have one Leslie Campbell. So Luke posted something. As I was reading something on my phone from Luke, and I made a comment. And I named Michelle Pinnock in it. And Leslie Campbell, Campbell take me on. Call me dog, security dog. What this woman do? That's why he's a security dog. That's why you have to hide behind the gates. That's why you have to hide behind the gates. What this woman did to you? And guess what? Me go to work the night and guess what? It's a good thing me left my glasses. Cause when they answer the boy, whoever him is, when they answer him with so you remember me tell you say all of the word they mean know them. And I started like that. And then I deleted it. And I said no. And I just simply wrote to him. And I said, I once told Michelle Pinnock, if she represents education, I am not embarrassed to be illiterate. The same goes to you. And I left it right here.
Who is Leslie Campbell? The name sounds very, very.
He went down in I think that he was some senator in a government, but in come out and I think some court matter they go on with him or whatever. So
Labour Party or the People's National Party?
Jamaica Labour Party. So it's not somebody I know.
The name ring a bell, but I'm trying to.
Yes, some court, something going on. He was in Parliament, I think, as a senator.
No, I know. I think I know the person personally, but I must have to go Google for see the name. The name ring a bell to me when you said.
So that's why I tell you, I don't really say I'm not the one for social media, or even to be like because people just come in, jump in your space, and they tell you this. Some of the comment I hear to during state of emergency, people would post, Mr. Prime Minister, don't worry yourself. If they never do anything to be detained, they will be detained. You get what I'm saying? They burn me to the core.
I get where you're coming from. I've been railroaded by the system. This is not about me, but I feel where you're coming from. I know where I've sit. I don't want to get this all about me, but I get where you're coming from. And I appreciate you coming here today to expose these corruption. And I promised I'm not a person who break promises. They say promises are comfort for a fool, but I like using that word because when I use the word promise, it gives me something to show that, okay, you have to go and do something now to make up for what you just did. And this is a promise to you that I will continue to vindicate for you. And I will reach out to Ratty, gone again on your behalf, refresh his memory, and see what can take place of this. I know ISAT is very busy, and but things kind of on the loop now because they're now in the waiting, and it's gonna be about June around that time before the year anything in regards to cartel case. So I think he can deal with something, reach out in regards. We're gonna take a quick break and we'll be right back because we have a lot to talk about. One of which we as diaspora here been talking, beseeching for years that we should be a part of the electoral ballot. We talk a lot of crap about Mexico and we talk a lot about Dominican Republic. But I'm here to let you know that the Dominican Republic and the Mexico are now having diaspora's members voting in the election. We'll talk about that as we come back from the break. This is OBC Radio on the Lady Whistleblower Show with your host, Dr. Gordon. We appreciate you for being a part of today's show.
It's your number one station.
Thank you.
This is the weekend.
OBC Radio giving you all the hits.
What's up, you guys? It's Nicki Minaj.
This is David Guetta. All the hits. One station.
We're back on it. OBC Radio.
I'm shining. I'm shining. You can't stop my shine. Stop my shine. When you see me coming, I'm falling. Steady on my grind.
This is OBC Radio. Sounds for the news and weather. On the hour, headline news around the world.
Now, there have been reports that has been made, and of course, about organ harvesting. But here we have a whistler camping out at the university hospital in Jamaica. And this gentleman went into the hospital and came out with an igloo in his arm and walked from the hospital all the way here to where this photograph was taken. It's only a pity that we couldn't see much more clearly who this culprit is. What's in this igloo? And what could it possibly be that someone went to the university hospital empty-handed and came back out walking with an igloo? Is this a possibility that there are organs in that igloo on ice? going to be delivered to the highest bidder? We don't know. But we continue to ask of you to continue to use your phone. And it's very funny how Mrs. Hines was treated. Now, the Prime Minister of Jamaica campaigned on transparency. So if your police officers has nothing to hide and they are doing a good job, why is it a charge and a crime for somebody to use their phone to record them? Where is the transparency? We also have something else that we want to share with you guys. There were reports made by officials that Lisa Anna is campaigning, and as he stated on his platform nationwide, that she will be campaigning against Mark Golden. Well, as much as majority of Jamaica, I should believe, calling for Miss Anna, or would love for Miss Anna to be the president of the People's National Party. Here we have Miss Anna addressing recent social media comments, and we'll share it.
Our beloved PNP local government candidates. Comrades, undecided voters, Labourites, join us this week as we continue to share our plans for the development of local government communities across the island. So let me rubbish the claims, because I can't see the rationale, or I fail to see the rationale as to why people would be saying such things other than to distract voters. So mark my words, on February 26, 2024, put your X squarely beside the head. And I'm going to stop watch what me are. That's not a part of selecting votes. Thank you. So I've been seeing some online messages floating around and hearing some media persons give perhaps some nefarious motives as to why I am campaigning across the island with some of our beloved PNP local government candidates.
Well, there you have it, Miss Anna addressing rumors that she'll be campaigning. She's just in support of what's going on. We also have another clipping to show. Of course, it's coming up to the local government election, and a lot has been taking place. Here we'll be showing you a video clipping that was sent to us from a member of parliament, or council, I believe, who was trying to get his posters advertised.
Alright. How I going? So we are trying to put the mayor sign on the council and I want it because he bring your whole entourage.
But the mayor, But the mayor sign have to put up to why for them sign have to go. Pull over here, so I'm not ready for Japan.
Tell me, say, it's free to put up.
So where me are they?
Because you know, say, me no problem, you know, me nail top back, me tell you.
So where the me are they?
You can't leave me soon reach up, sir.
Alright.
Soon reach up, sir.
So how fair sign can go up and the mayor one can go up?
So thanks again, Mr. Patterson, for taking this One Jamaica TV interview. And for those who are not familiar with the party, tell us about the UIC.
Yes, sir. Now, the UIC was registered as a political party on the 2nd of December 2019. Since then, we have had very little media coverage. Everything has been done to keep us out of sight and out of mind. Even the church has worked against us. The church has had now a number of prayer breakfasts. The third one just happened recently, and for 3 years in a row, the church has declined to invite the UIC to participate in the prayer breakfast. Why? We reached out to the church and asked them, why have you excluded the UIC from the prayer breakfast? And the answer 3 years ago, was it was an oversight. The answer 2 years ago is that it was an oversight. And the answer again this year is what? Another oversight? No, man. We need to do better than this. It's time for the church, the Electoral Commission of Jamaica, the POC, the PSOJ rather, the Jamaica Debates Commission, and all Jamaicans and all civil society, the entire media houses. It's time for you to recognize the UIC as Jamaica's official third registered political party and start treating us as such. You know, it's really sad in Jamaica to see that you have the news cycle going every day. And all you hear about is two parties over and over again. Why not let the Jamaican people hear and know that we have 3 active and 4 registered political parties, and let the people hear from us? We want to let the people know what our policies are, what our plans are for Jamaica, how we can fix this country. Come on, man, let's do better than that. Let's have a true democracy, one where all voices are heard, so we can find the best solutions for our country. And after 80 years of the two-party, much is lacking, and it's time for us to get to work fixing it.
So how do you feel about the UIC being banned from these traditional media space and not being able to get the attention it deserves? Do you think it's deliberate?
You know, I don't know if it's deliberate, but what is clear is that it's consistent. We have consistently been denied media access. We have been consistently shadow banned on social media. We have consistently tried to get involved in the discourse, but the media seem more interested in showing anything bad about the UIC and nothing good. I can't understand why the PSOJ is so adamant on funding 2 parties in Jamaica and pushing those 2 parties to give the false illusion of choice. The Jamaican people should know that a vote for either of the 2 traditional colonial parties is still a vote for the PSOJ oligarchs who control them. The UIC is independent, and I believe because we're independent and we're not bought and controlled by those who control our economy, they don't want our voice to be heard. That's my understanding of the situation. But I could be wrong. It could be that it's an oversight. So if it's an oversight, here's what I'm saying. PSOJ, stop now. Invite the UIC to be a part of the national debate. Let us come on stage with the two parties you favor and let the world hear the country, let the diaspora hear our views. I'm saying to the ECJ, we know that you're a partisan body, a bipartisan body, supporting the two major parties. But step back for a moment and think about Jamaica and open up the forum so that the Jamaican people can hear the ideas of the UIC. One of the problems I have is that every so often I hear the Prime Minister, the opposition leader, the two main parties, selling the UIC ideas as their own. Why not tell the people that you have found a person, an organization, a body, the UIC, that has a fountain of good ideas, and we want to tap into those good ideas and use them to build the country? We're all for that. We're willing to join hands with you to do the right thing for the Jamaican people. But the time has come now for us to stop this game. Let's open the floodgates to the democratic process and let the Jamaican people hear fully and unequivocally from all registered political parties, and that must include the UIC Jamaica movement.
So where do you get these plans from, Mr. Patterson? Did you copy them or it's UIC original creation?
Okay, very good question. So all of our plans are carefully designed based on studying models across the world. For example, we looked at Singapore, we looked at the Netherlands, we looked at Ghana, we looked at other countries, the US and so on. And then we've also added our own ingenuity. So for example, our policy concerning campaign financing is to have a 100% publicly funded system, which will eliminate vote buying and give us real candidates who are committed to helping the people. Our policy of a non-partisan constitutional republic is our own Jamaican creation based on studying how effective good republics can be. So we're in a position to deliver for the Jamaican people a quality system of governance, a better experience, a safe, clean and orderly Jamaica, one where every Jamaican can live, earn and retire with dignity in their own country.
So Mr. Patterson, if you win this seat, what would be your greatest plan moving forward and what would you do for the Jamaican people?
Excellent. So as you know, this is a municipal election, even though it's kind of a referendum on the government. If we're elected, if I'm elected in Braze River, my primary focus for the Braze River Division is to ensure that one, the municipal council accounts for every tax dollar that you have given it. Two, that those taxes are used for you and are not embezzled or otherwise misappropriated. And three, that the quality of your life is improved right here in this constituency by having amenities that will empower our young people, empower our families, and build our communities. Also, we must immediately revive all of our agri-projects, whether it's the two cassava factories out in Elam or the Aki factory out in Braze River. Let us bring back those institutions, those facilities, and turn them into productive enterprises that can create jobs and opportunities for the people right here in Braze River of Northeast St. Elizabeth. My job is to make you and your family better off by channeling your tax dollars into productive enterprises to give you the quality of life that you deserve.
Well, Mr. Patterson, how would you manage if you are the only person from the UIC elected in the parish council?
Well, for me, I've learned very well to work with people. I've had the privilege of working with more than 120 different countries. I've been to France, I've been to the Netherlands, I've worked in India, I've worked in China. I understand people. Here in Jamaica, every single politician has a vested interest. They have their own ideas, what they want to achieve. What you have to do as the sitting councillor for Braze River in the St. Elizabeth Parish Council, I will seek to influence my fellow councillors to think outside the box that they have found themselves. Many of our councillors, they mean well, but they have been trained poorly. They have been guided incorrectly. And now my job is to empower them, enlighten them, and lead them. Even if I'm not mayor, lead them to find the right path to make not only the lives of themselves better, but how they can do both. How they can be better off as individuals, better off in their own families, and at the same time, lift up the standard of living for all Jamaicans right here in the parish of St. Elizabeth.
So who are your candidates?
Oh, good question. So we have a number of candidates. For example, we have Mr. Winston Wright in Betheltown, Western Westmoreland. We have Mr. Chase Neal out in Western St. Mary in the Gale Division. We have Mr. Sheldon McGann out in West Rural St. Andrew. He's in the Brandon Hill Division. We have Mr. Kenneth Harper out in East Rural St. Andrew, and he's in the Mount Industry Division. And of course, I am here in Northeast St. Elizabeth representing the Braes River Division. The reason why Jamaicans want to vote for us is because we're not about politics as usual. We're not about vote buying or game playing. We're here to fix the foundational problems of Jamaica, to fix bad governance, to eliminate corruption, and to ensure that your tax dollars are spent on the things that are important to you. For example, right here in Northeast St. Elizabeth, many of you do not have fixed addresses. If you order something overseas or you have letters to be delivered, you have to go to a post office to pick it up. Why don't we have fixed addresses here? Why can't your mails and parcels come straight to your home? We also see where many of our old people and children are at risk of being hit down by cars because we don't have proper sidewalks. What's with that? We can fix that. Why don't we have street lights properly across the territory so that people coming home late from work and so on will have light to see where they're going? These are basic things that should be fixed a long time ago. Many of our community centers are in shambles. They're not staffed properly. They're not built properly. They're not maintained. They don't have the kind of facilities and tools our people need to enjoy a decent living. Let's fix our community centers. Look at our schools. Many of them are still looking like they're from the 1950s or 60s. What's going on here? It's time for us to have good governance now. It's time for us to have a government, to have politicians, to have leaders who are keen on the quality of life of our people and not just there to make empty promises, have photo opportunities, and leave the people living in squalors. It's 80 years now that we have been allowing these two parties to run our country. I am dissatisfied with those 80 years, and I'm sure most Jamaicans are dissatisfied too. But they're not hearing from the UIC because we have been blocked. As soon as they fly the gate and allow us to be seen like any other political parties, the Jamaican people will know that the UIC is here for them and will choose us to deliver them from 80 years of mismanagement and bad governance.
Well, Mr. Patterson, clearly, many of the traditional voters are bought, and you haven't given any indication that you're about to pay for votes. What will be your plans in the upcoming election?
That's a very good question. The fact is that we're not prepared to pay for votes, and we're not prepared to buy votes, and we're not prepared to do the kind of things that these parties have done to win elections. What we're doing is talking with the people, educating the people, and empowering the people. What I've done here in Northeast St. Elizabeth is to ensure that we have a microfinancing opportunity that helps people. We have done more than 23 million over the last couple of years to help people build things for themselves in this community. We're about self-help. We're about empowering the people. We're about educating the people. And if the people recognize what we stand for and join hands with us, finally, the 15% GCT that they're paying, the property tax that they have paid, the income tax that they're paying, all of that money will start to go into the areas that they should. So our teachers are paid properly. Our police officers are paid properly. Our employees across Jamaica are paid properly. And the environment and communities that they're living in will be properly upkept. The roads are in very bad condition in many areas. We know they're fixing some. But why not apply proper civil engineering? So we have really well-built roads that will last for a very long time. The money that we spend now on repeatedly doing over what should have been done properly, that money can go into areas such as giving us proper play areas, parks, community centers, the things that our people need to enjoy a decent standard of living. My friends, it's time for us to turn our attention now to a new form of politics, a new form of governance, and that's what the UIC has to offer.
So why not just join with these two parties instead of taking the difficult route of trying to create your own?
Very good question. Now, the other two parties have been around for 80 years now, more than 80 years. But hear what? They are a part of the problem in this country. You might want to recall that it's not, crime problem didn't just spring from nothing. We have a crime problem in Jamaica because these two parties have been involved in importation of guns and ammunition. They've been involved in the creation of garrisons and ghetto communities. They have been involved with working with dons and building an whole infrastructure that become a very serious problem for us in terms of crime. We cannot join with people, with an organization that we know to be contrary to what we need for good governance. So I will never, and the UIC will never, merge with either of the two parties. We want a new Jamaica, a better Jamaica, a Jamaica that these two parties are not prepared to give us. They have had 80 years to do it, and they have failed. Now it's time for the people of Jamaica to rise up, own their own party, take back control of their country from the PSOJ oligarchs who have funded these two parties for 80 years and use them to milk the people of Jamaica to make themselves rich. They have made a few people very wealthy while leaving the majority to suffer in all different forms of poverty. The time has come for us to move. So Mark Golding, you're right. Time come, but it has come for us to tell the JLP and PNP that your time is up.
So what are your final words?
My final words, I want all of you to call the Jamaica Debates Commission today. Call them now and tell them, even at this last minute, invite the UIC to be one of the panelists for the debates today. We cannot afford, honestly, to have a democracy and exclude 2 of the 4 registered political parties. It's unconscionable. It's unacceptable. It's undemocratic. It is wrong. And I'm calling on all my fellow Jamaicans from east to west and north to south, from Hanover to Portland, from St. Thomas to St. James. I want all of you in Kingston and St. Andrew, all of you in St. Elizabeth here, Hanover, Clarendon, wherever you are, St. Anne, call the Jamaica Debates Commission. Tell the PSOJ that you want to hear from the UIC, not just the same 2 parties who have had this country for 80 years and have failed to deliver a quality, safe, orderly, and clean Jamaica for all Jamaicans. Invite the UIC, allow the UIC, let us hear from the UIC so we can have a choice in this election.
Welcome back to the Lady Whistleblower Show on OBC Radio. Like, share, and subscribe.
We appreciate you for staying with us. I hope this was informative. And we decided that we wanted to shed some light the UIC party. I am understanding I thought there was 3 registered party. I'm getting to understand there is 4. Well, I only know of the Jamaica Labour Party, the People's National Party, and the UIC party. I know there was once a Rasta party. I don't know if it's still in process. Could anyone enlighten me as to the 4th party? Now, it's very important. If there is 4 party, I know there's only 5 members from the UIC party that's got nominated for the local government election. But if there is 4, I don't know what the other party is or who they are, and if there are any nominees from that party. But what Mr. Patterson is saying, it's really factual. If there are indeed 4 registered party, why are we only hearing about 2 party? The last election, we have 30-something% of the population that turn out to vote. Which means that over 60% of the population was fed up, didn't care nothing about the election. We're tired of what they've been doing, tired of over the 70 years, almost 80 years, over 80 years and counting. The same PNP, the same JLP, nothing better. No better herring, no better barrel. So over 60% of the population decide to stay away from the poll. To the over 60% of the population that stay away from the poll, that was upset. What are you going to do in regards to this local government election? And this upcoming local government election, I'm not here to bash any party at this given moment, but just to bring forth the news. We had a poll running for, 8 days, if not 9 days. Who do you think would become the next? Who do you think would win the local government election? And we have 1,140 something people that vote. And 80%, 7% say the UIC. I believe it's 12% says the JLP, and a whopping 80, if not 81%, said the People's National Party. Time has come. From where I sit, it seems like the People's National Party have a momentum, have gained a momentum. However, I've spoken to someone on the ground in Jamaica and asked the very same question. Who do you think would win the local government election? And I must inform you that this person that I spoke with is a prominent comrade. And it would be in this person's best interest for the People's National Party to gain power in the local government election. However, what surprised me was the answer the prominent comrade gave. Even though from my end, sitting down, looking in, it seems as if the People's National Party has gained a momentum. It seems as if, okay, we're going to send Andrew Holness a message in this upcoming local government election. What shook me was the response from the prominent comrade. Mind you, it is in this comrade's best interest for the People's National Party to take the local government election. But he stated to me that the JLP will remain in power in the local government election. I was like, are you crazy? Of course, with some colorful words. How is it possible when our poll is showing, and it's not just that PNP people are over here, we have both sides. And from where I am unseen, and he stated to me that one has to understand that majority of the people who are in orange in the mass crowd aren't registered to vote. I am not sure if this is factual information. What am I not sure if it's factual information? I'm not sure if majority of the people who are following in orange are numerated and registered voters. However, the individual I spoke with say the very said thing, that most of the people who are following behind the road march aren't numerated. And I'm like, wow. He stated that the Jamaica Labour Party will remain control of the local government election. I find it like, but again, I'm not on the ground. So I would like to hear from you people who are in Jamaica, on the ground, what you think. Leave your comments in the chat. I also would like to make reference if indeed the local government election come in a few days and the Jamaica Labour Party should remain in control. A lot of you not gonna like what I'm about to say now, but I don't care because I'm going to say it anyway. If the Jamaica Labour Party should remain in power after the local government election has been called, then Mark Jefferson Golden need to step aside and give the people who they have been crying for. Because I can also inform you, when Lisa Anna walk in any constituency supporting the councillors, all we hear people crying for is Lisa, 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 Lisa. Labor rights crying for Lisa. Socialists crying for Lisa. I believe, and I'm quite sure many other Jamaicans share the same view. Mark Jefferson Golden, if you don't make a mark in the local government election, there should never be another chance for you for a general election. As somebody stated, and I'm not here to pressure Mark, but we having an issue, an ongoing issue. And people fed up to the neck and want Andrew out. This local government election should prove who you are, what you stand for, and where the people stand with you. If not, then recuse yourself. We gave you the shot. I know it's been quite a while, and normally I would have gotten up close and personal with you, the viewers. Shall we? We appreciate you for your patience. This time I'm going to start from the bottom. Oops. Pun wasn't intended, but that's where we're going to start it. Delroy Henry, Mr. Gordon, you still have PNP who do not want Mark to. You still have PNP who do not want Mark to win. Good over evil. Mark Golden will overcome the JLP money spending thieves. Mark Golden will power wash Spalding's tonight. Oh, he'll be in Spalding tonight. Okay, Delroy Henry, I get what you're saying. So you're saying there are people still undermining Mr. Golden. Well, let's all watch and see, shall we? But I do believe today. Ooh, sometimes I tend to forget. Anyway, we all here. You see the mistakes, the fault. We're not hiding anything. So we learn, yeah? Because I'm radio, not television. But we're getting used to entertainment. No, you're so right. On what? There is no true democracy, and it really exposes everyone, not just the parties or the sitting government, but everyone. I see that's where Paula Sheedy was saying it's true. Delroy, I do understand what you're saying, what you said just now. And get where you're coming from. But isn't it fair to say if the local government election isn't won by the People's National Party, then Mark Jefferson Golden should step aside? I think that's fair enough. Yeah? The People's National Party is not about Mark Golden. There are others who can come forth to beat Andrew Holness. Because, come on, Andrew Holness has been the worst so far. And if it is that he don't lose this, which is going by any means necessary, because there's a strong, high, very, very high possibility that Andrew Holness will be arrested by the US government, and should have been before the election, but because they wanted to save face on the embarrassment for a Prime Minister of Jamaica. But by any means necessary, he's going at it. Now, let me do roll call. And for those of you who want to be mentioned in the call, please just shoot a text message in the chat. And I noticed, before I do so, Neville Muir from Facebook. Bless up yourself. Before I do so, let me just look, because I looked earlier and the likes wasn't matching what we have here. So I'm asking you, please, if you have yet to share, just put a thumbs up on the video. Shall we? Andrew Joan Hamilton Wilson. We started like a minute or two. We were late after 12 noon, but you were here from 11:46. We appreciate you, girl. Sharon Savage. Daza TV True Color. Lyris Beckford. Michi, Entertainment Now, Neville Muir. Janice Hall, Karen, Alia Jones Promotion, AJP. Bless up yourself, girl. You put a smile on her face just seeing you here. Martinez Uva. Bless up yourself. Patricia Williams. Nadine Evans. Oh, by the way, one of the time when Miss Hines was speaking and said about Jamaica for Justice, I was like, oh, Jamaica for Justice. Nadine Evans could speak a lot about them. Karen. I am Doreen Elaine Walker. Bless up yourself. Who else are we missing? Country Gal. Bless up yourself. I think it's the first time I'm seeing this name. Or not. Welcome to the show. I know there was a name. And Martinez Uva. Is it the first time you have been here? I believe there was another name that I've seen. Rosemary King, Yvonne O'Connor. Mitchie, I believe I call Mitchie Patricia Williams. Clean D. Bless up yourself. Monica Wills. Jamaica justice system is stink. The highest level. What a disgrace. Imari. Bless up yourself. Grace Lewis. Are you of New and Imari? I believe it's the first time I'm seeing this name. Welcome to the show. And Grace Lewis. Grace Lewis could be wrong. I believe it's the first time I'm seeing you here. Welcome. Monica Wills. Bless up. Dorrit Gordon. Just like DPP and government, the time passed throughout. Okay. Novelet Blake. Talk truth. Bless up yourself. No justice for the poor in this country. Louise Beckford, I believe I did call your name. Sharon Savage. Patrick Beeston, welcome. I believe there's no employment in Jamaica. There's no woman employment in Jamaica. I believe it's the first I'm seeing this name. Welcome to the show. Herbert Brown, bless up yourself. I think that's the first time I see that name also. Herbert Brown, I could be wrong. I believe, oh, I did said shout out to Delroy. And Paula Shealy, Mr. Gordon, I stand by your argument, but Lisa will not be the one to lead the PNP. Valerie Nita will be my choice. Well, that's your opinion, Delroy. One have to look at, okay, Valerie Nita. I've known Valerie Nita because, of course, I'm a socialist. And if it wasn't that I'm a socialist, the only reason I would know Valerie Nita is because of Andre Stevens. What have Valerie Nita done or has been doing for her to be the president of the People's National Party? When it comes to Lisa, she has standards, not just the ambassador from Jamaica, but the ambassador for the world. Meaning, She has been respected by kings, queens, dignitary, technocrats, the 1%, presidents, vice presidents, all around the world. This would be a good look for Jamaica because they trust her enough with this. So what am I saying? With a person like Lisa, who is respected by kings, queens, the dignitary, the 1%, the vice president, president, prime ministers around the world, they will be willing to invest in Jamaica because of somebody with the close connection. Who is Valrenita? With all due respect, who is her? To the world. Not just Jamaica. I hope you get what I'm saying. Paula Shealy said the same thing. If he does not come through, him should step aside. BCA Simit, where have you been, girl? Mark will win and he will be allowed to carry on, in my view. Mark is the best choice to lead the PNP. I honestly trust the legendary Mark Golden. Okay, Delroy. I don't know, what is it that you so trust of Mark? But, I mean, he's there as the leader. We'll give him the opportunity to lead and prove himself. That's all we can say. And if you notice, I've changed my tune when it comes to Mark a little. Because Andrew have to go by any means necessary. But by any means necessary, Andrew is hanging on for dear life. I've seen where Mark step up and start speak out openly about a few little things like, yeah, you know, but I don't know. Something when I know him just not connecting, but when are they here for bash Mark? All the best Mark Golden, Mark Jefferson Golden. And I don't know if maybe I have a little vendetta against him because he blocked me. Let's be honest. Because I don't believe as a prime minister, a man going for a prime minister is supposed to be so things. Look at the shit I talk about Andrew Holness. He could have blocked me. And he's prime minister. Mark not reach prime minister yet and Mark blocked me. Because I suggested to him when he just came in. Do the people in my favor and give them who they want. Why I said that? Because when Dr. Peter Phillips was stepping down, there was a poll that Dion Jackson Miller did, a TVJ. Mark Golden wasn't a member of the 5 when they asked who should become the next president of the People's National Party. I remember Michael Phillips was one of them. I remember Lisa was there. If I remember well, Bunting was there. I don't remember clearly the others, but I remember that Lisa Hanna came out with 72% vote from both JLP and PNP. Who else am I missing? Base Adasi is in Sparling playing to entertain Mark Golden. No weapon formed against Mark Golden shall prosper. Mr. Gordon, keep up your good work. Much appreciated. All right, bless up yourself, Delroy. So Gordon, even when you do not see me, I am still on. Your favorite listener. All right. Delroy, bless up yourself. Dr. G, things need. Oh, Jay! Bless up, welcome. Where have you been? Things need to move up fast. Well, today is the 20th. We have 5 days from the day. Yes? So let's see. Wait, is this J or J? This is not JJ. JJ is not it. This is J. BC. BC estimate. I know there's a J and there's a JJ. I believe this is just J. Unless I've skipped, I doubt I skip past JJ. Mr. Gordon, I respect your view. Miss Nita is my choice. Lisa is okay, but I trust Miss Nita. Well, I can understand. Maybe you know her personally and see what. But I'm not just looking at a personal opinion. I'm generalizing and looking at a broader perspective. In fact, you talk about Valerie Nita. I believe that Damon Crawford would even get it over Valerie Nita at any time. But again, the international market wouldn't open Damon Crawford with open arms because of the locks on him head. We call a spade a spade. Yes. Andrew is not fighting for Jamaica, he's fighting for himself. That's a sure. Even Peanut Dread. Even Peanut Dread would be a better prime minister than any in the current government. Big up yourself, Peanut Dread. Honest don't respond to anything because he's afraid he can't talk. I don't know if Oles is afraid and that he can't talk because he lie like crazy. You have to talk a lot to tell a lot of lie. But I don't know if him no respect. And he's a cancer. I mean, I think him have no fear. No fear in a cancer. I don't think he's fear. But him just lie and him just don't care. Or it is that he believe that people are just stupid and naive or we have forgetful memory. I don't know. Mark is the best choice at this time. I do not know if things will change going forward. Well, let's see. As I said, 5 days to go. Rosemary King, yes, we cannot remember their previous... Yes, some cannot remember their previous lies. He can talk in front of a camera. Okay. So you say in front of people him not talk well? Well, it's no, you know, as you talk about it, come to think of it, if you look back on all Andrew's video, when him in crowd, him have that little look. For real, him have that. Okay, you remember when PJ Patterson was in power, and go back and look, maybe you're not realizing, go back and look on those videos when PJ Patterson in the group and him greeting, just peaceful, please, no fear, no, you know? Look on Andrew's facial expression in public. And no lie, Mark have that look too, like, I can get it with Mark though. I can kind of speak on behalf with Mark because Mark has yet to be a prime minister. Andrew has been a prime minister and should by now be used to people coming in and stuff and you know the wave and the smile and stuff, but he have that little fear look at him for sure. PJ would answer any question asked. Oh yes, that's a fact. I don't know if you guys keep hearing that little alarm in the background when it go off, but excuse me, but I have a camera, a high security camera outside, and whenever anybody passes, it goes off. vehicle anybody. So every time you see me looking down, it's like, yes. So bear with me as we travel along. Yes? Now, I want to talk about this.
My counselor.
This is in Gregory Park.
But the mayor, but the mayor sign have to put up to wife for them.
Oh, so the mayor want to put his sign up.
It's free.
And the mayor is a PNP mayor. And the JLP councillor don't want him. Want him to put his sign up. Bear with me a sec. No. Isn't there room enough for everybody to put up signs, placards? Isn't this what democracy is about?
Put up. So where me at? Because you know say me no problem, me nail top back. Me tell you. So where do me at? It can't me soon reach up as alright. Soon reach up as
So how fair sign can go up and the mayor one can go up?
No. This is what you call female bully. Because the man seems scared of the female. The last time I checked, mayor have more authority than councillors. But here we are. He's complaining about getting his posters up. Where is the democracy? Where is the transparency? BCA said Rosemary King, he needs to team around him to deflect question he does not want to answer. But do we have a democracy or a kleptocracy with authority and rules? Dr. G, I'm talking about the FARA and other lawsuits for all the corporate politicians. Well, that's why I put the FARA right in the back, because it's about its time now. Like, what we're waiting, what we're waiting on. But then, you know, America with the investigation, it take a time, because when they come, you know. So they want to make sure all the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed. Ratty sent me we talk a lot about Mexico, but Mexico have announced recently that diasporas living in Indiana and New Mexico, I believe, is eligible to vote at the consulate here in America for their president in Mexico. Not only that, but also Dominican Republic, diaspora members can now vote in the general election in DR. Oh yes, DR. And Mexico. What are we Jamaicans doing when we have more Jamaicans living in the diaspora than living in Jamaica, and we don't have a say in our vote when we send billions of dollars to Jamaica? It is wrong. Things need to be changed. And as Mark Jefferson Golding said, the time has come. Well, let we all see. What will the people of Jamaica do? 5 days to go for the local government election. Remember, when you vote, in order for you to make your vote valid, especially to first-time voters, make sure it's in the box at the designated spot, whether it's beside the head, beside the bell, or beside the handshake. By the way, can somebody enlighten me as to the other party that's running? Because Mr. Patterson said there is 4 registered party. I know years ago there was a Rasta party. And I remember there was a Christian party. I don't know what's going on with them now anyway, and which party is the other party. But in all fairness, would love to see a debate with all 3 or all 4 parties if they're all registered and have members running. We want to hear from them. Because no lie, I've watched the debates. And the debates I've watched for the local government election is an embarrassment to Jamaica. I understand the small-minded people will say, oh yes, and this is what it hurt, it grieved me. When I hear people sit down and say, oh yes, they did well, they did this, they did that, because y'all dance. Not one of the debate them was, it's an embarrassment to Jamaica. Except for 2 persons that I see seems to have public speaking on point. Andrew Swaby was an embarrassment. And it's been years. A man of your caliber should be more entwined with speaking on public platforms. Because it's been over 20 years you've been in your position. So you should be seasoned. Desmond McKenzie, you was an embarrassment. I expected better for a man who have been in so long. I remember when you just came in, even though I'm not a laborer, never a laborer, but I used to admire you when you just came in as a councillor. You have the speak. I don't know what you're doing now. You look like the Ninja Turtle, the master from Ninja Turtle, that rat from Ninja Turtle. I don't know what's going on. And I said that with no apology. That's what you look like. We all humans have an animal that we look like. You look like the rat in Ninja Turtle, the master rat. Go check it out. I want to shout out to, what's his name? I believe he's the mayor from Mandeville. That gentleman that was standing beside Andrew Swaby and the female with Desmond Mackenzie, that, yes, he wear glasses. Come on, help me out, people. If you call him name, I will get it. Come on, y'all watch the debate. Come on, man. But while I'm waiting on that name, let me shout out to Venetia Phillips. I used to listen to Wetrat and Morgan. No, it's not Marg. It's not Morgan, man. But it's not it's not Barnett. If you call it, I think. Okay, it was Mackenzie from the Labour, right? And honestly, I don't remember the other names. But it was Andrew Swaby from the People's National Party. Okay, am I mixing them up? Oh my God. Venetia Phillips. With the debate with Desmond Mackenzie, there was Desmond Mackenzie and two other persons from the Labour, right? With the People's National Party, there was Andrew Swaby, a female in orange, and that gentleman in the middle. But was it Barnes? Barnes. What's his? I think Barnes' his name was for real. Barnes. I believe that's Barnes. He did very well. He held his ground. He wasn't an embarrassment. Venetia Phillips, I must commend her, even though she changed from a socialist to the Jamaica Labour Party. She held her ground. Because when Comrade, I forgot her name, when she wriggled up Vanessa and said, "Oh, but years ago, you spoke about the line Jamaica Labour Party and such, and now you're standing here." Venetia Phillips' comeback was right on point. I'm not gonna lie. Her comeback speak volume when she said, "Oh, I was once lost, but now I see." Her comeback, you get what I'm saying? But, and the gentleman who was standing beside Swaby in the middle between, I think his name was Barnes, that mayor, he held his ground and spoke eloquent. But for the others, I don't know what the heck was that. It was an embarrassment. And for what you call those people who were doing the interview and asking the questions, I don't know where y'all get the questions from or what was it going on. It's like, come on. Especially the last debate. She's seen Georgia Lynch. Bless up yourself, Georgia. No, it's just whether no, get me wrong, no. It's just how she came back. Because when that comrade asked her and slapped her, I was like, oh yes, silencer. But she came back right. She's a true politician, no lie. Pick up yourself, Venetia. Venetia Phillips. Why it's all like me? Venetia Phillips. Venetia Phillips. Somebody I know personally. Bless up yourself, Venetia. Big up yourself. Yes, but what else we have to what topic we had discussed and we need for touch? For those of you who want to advertise with us, we proudly...
I'm shining, you can't stop my shine, stop my shine. When you see me coming, I'm falling, steady on my grind.
Numbers. We all need prayer, and I'm definitely going to use Bishop. This was sent to me some weeks ago, and I really feel this as we do need it. Jamaica and yard and abroad do need the help. By the way, where is Gerald? I haven't seen Gerald. Well, this is okay for Gerald is not here.
Our eternal God and Father, we give you thanks for your mercies and your kindness towards us, your people. We thank you that you are great and you are supreme. You sit on high, my God. Heaven is thy throne and earth is thy footstool. You're an amazing God that you control the entire globe, and you're awesome in all the things that you have done. We thank you this morning as we come to you, God, that the many chains that are to be broken, the many divisions, my God, are to be mended, and the entire Jamaica needs you, my God. And so we look to you this moment. We ask you, my God, that you're going to intervene today as you have already started to do, Lord. Your mighty power. We pray for the Holy Spirit to intervene in the lives of your people. I pray, God, you're going to break the chains of sin and the barriers, my God, that have intervened in the lives of many. You're going to crush the elements of evil, and you're going to let the name of your name stand tall because your majesty and high. We pray, God, you're going to walk into this temple, walk across Jamaica, bind the forces of darkness, compel the enemy surrender, take full control of Jamaica. Crime and violence and perplexities and trials and family issues and problems. I pray, God, and when you're finished today, your name will be uttered. People will begin to say, my God, did not our hearts burn within us? Have your divine way upon your people at this moment. We look to you, my God, by faith, from the top to the bottom, from the east to the north, from the west to the south. I pray, God, as an intervention today, let your name be glorified. Let an amazing truth be known, and that your people will join in saying, thou art God, and you're God alone. Bless your people today, my God, and you're going to touch, heal, and deliver. Many have come with sorrows and perplexities and trials, some with sickness and conditions, my God, that man cannot help. But we cry out to you, Lord, as the people in Nineveh, help, Lord, help, help, help us, my God, help, Jesus. A generation need you, a whole church need you. Magnify your name with us. Come and heal and set free, liberate your people. My God, we beg you, help, Jesus, from King's house to Ham's house. Help, 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 help. Oi, oi, oi. Oh God, help, help, help. Oh God, we can't make it without you. We can't walk without you. Walk with us, Jesus. Walk through our lives, Jesus. Mash up the plans. Mend back, my God. Let there be peace on earth. Oh God. Oh God, have your way. We look to you now, that you're going to take on control among those ministers of the gospel. Unite us, Lord. And we pray that your will be done. Lord, let the Holy Spirit walk through this building today. Walk, Jesus. Walk into the lives of your people. Walk to correct. Walk to rectify. Walk to bring peace. Walk, my God. Walk to shake up. Walk, Jesus. Oi, oi. Oh God, we beg you, Lord. We need your help. We need your help. Help come from you, Lord. If you mend Nineveh, you can mend Jamaica. If you mend, my God, other parts, if you control Saul, you can control the world. Oh God, we pray that you're going to take full control. Your words are about to be read. Give us hearts to receive them. And let your will be done, Jesus. We begging you, Lord. All we calling on you today. Help that Jamaica may see. Help that Jamaica may see that you are God. Help. Help as you walk through. Help. Help in sorry. Help in karma. Help in Middlesex. East, west, north, and south. Help. Help, Lord. The godly man sees it. And the faithful fail from among the children of men. Walk into the lives of your people now. We ask your blessings now. In the name of Jesus Christ. Our Lord, amen.
Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. And we see Japhet Lindo. Japhet Lindo. He will be here, sit down and don't say nothing. But once you mention Mark name or say anything, he's going to come out. I know if I call you out. Japhet Lindo giving us some information. Because Mark Jefferson Golden, I'm adding to what he wrote, but I know that's definitely the such woman is Venetia Phillips. Because Mark Golden tell Venetia Phillips that she have to stop support criminal network. Venetia Phillips find the place that can support our criminal network. Makes sense. Makes sense. Well, one thing for sure and two things for certain, me know say Japhet up with the politics and is a former delegate, reside here in the US. Or I should say still a delegate because you're still a citizen of Jamaica, yeah? So, don't... Japhet said don't call him name, don't liberate, boy. Pastor, remember, you have high blood pressure. Leave the pastor alone, Japhet, it's too terrible. Mr. Gordon, there was a time when I lick PNP. Oh, I like PNP hard. But the destruction. Oh, you never liked the PNP, you used to beat them hard. But the destruction conjure and his cronies feel the people test miserable. Mark have no skeleton taken with him, I trust Mark. Well, that's come to think of it. Skeletons, come to think of it. Because if they were skeleton, I would already put them out. Yeah? Just that the surrounding with that gentleman there, I don't even want to talk about his case anymore. Everybody talking about it now when nobody was talking about it. I notice I haven't speak about it anymore. I don't like to do what everybody else is doing. I like to set trend. Right over there, shift stage of it. Venetia, I would love to invite you here. Come on, you know old Batty. You know Jermaine from them time. Come on, we can speak, shall we? There's question because I would definitely like to ask you this question. If there was a criminal organization that you was involved in, and I wouldn't put it past you, by the way, because of course Coolie Bones is your father. Oh, I think I'm saying too much now. But we'll leave it before Patricia Williams said there, Dr. Gordon. I'm going to open the phone lines for the next 15 minutes. If there's anybody want to call in and say anything, and by the way, Miss, for some reason, your name is so easy to pronounce, but I keep forgetting the first name. I remember your Hines, Mrs. Hines. I know you just had left out. Maybe you thought I'd cut you off. I wanted to say a proper bye before, but maybe you thought that was bye. But we do appreciate you for being here, and we appreciate you for exposing the corruption of. It's good to see. While it's sad that you were in the situation, it's good to see people like you who come forward to let us know what is going on. Stacy and Stoner, what? Hey, you see, you always have to ask when you hear you look how long me not see you from when you there. You not say nothing. When me put out a name, I'ma say you always do this, Stacy. Well, the name is not no gay name, so if I that, but Coolie Bones is our father. Coolie Bones is Venetia Phillips' dad. He was one of the first man in the 80s as a in the 80s, he was one of the first man to use politician money. Guineas, he had this long airplane, a car that they call airplane. One of those, you know, those long 4-door car, those old car. He had one of those long, extra long car, what was called airplane. And he was one of the first. You see, those he's a trendsetter for those who know bathing themselves in champagne at the parties, throwing champagne on them at the party. Coolie Bones set that trend by doing so at with politician money. To wash his airplane car. Yes, champagne and Guinness and beer. Yeah, wash his airplane car with champagne, with politician money. And then they all run away to the United States of America. And of course was involved in not the Shower Posse gang, but the other gang. I don't want to call those names now because, of course, them people are out now. Yes, but Coolie Bones, they had murdered Coolie Bones 2000. No, what I'm talking about 2000. Sorry, 1997. A Wednesday night in June 1997. How I remember because it was I was going away on camping. He migrated to the US and did a tell-all book and how it all started in East Kingston. But in his defense, he did the tell-all book and used the money to came back in the community to develop the community. But they said he was an informer, you know what happened to informer. So they bring him in back, make him feel like everything was okay. And of course, the community of which I'm speaking about, I believe he would have done an amazing job overseeing that community. But they have a vendetta against him and they murder him, Coolie Bones. So don't mix me. I'm not a delegate. That was long ago. Oh, well, correction. No longer a delegate. but it doesn't mean that you don't know what you're speaking about. Oh, me a mix here and you a mix yourself. And you come to us say, Venetia, what was it? Venetia was in a criminal activity gang. And Mark say, no, not in this cabinet. So she go in her cabinet with. So I said, no, I don't put it past her because, of course, Coolie Bones was her dad. Really, so maybe Venetia want to continue her father legacy and not seeing it possible under the PNP regime. Just saying. I didn't call name. Such lady, you call name in many language. Such lady, I know that language. Me go to school and learn such. When you say such lady, I know the terminology. The acronym for such lady mean Venetia Phillips. Who knows Patricia Williams? And that's why I bring this up. So who knows? Maybe it could be a possibility. I mean, politics is politics. Thanks for the history. The brain is a racket. I can't stand your Stacey and Stoner. Big up yourself, Japheth. It seems like you're on your lunch. Speaking of Drunko, by the way, is Drunko still in Jamaica? Because I remember years ago when I was leaving Jamaica, we hardly see Drunko, but yesterday, here in Florida, in Orlando, I look up in the sky and I see like over 20 Drunko. I'm like, wait, this is where they all migrated to. I don't know. But this is the Lady Whistleblower Show with your host, Dr. Jermaine Gordon. And we appreciate all the whistleys who have been here. And please, continue to utilize your phone. Start these people, photograph, take picture. And what I don't understand, how is it that they put in a crime on people that recording police officers? What a transparency in that? If it is that they're doing a good job and a great job, why are you scared of being recorded? But people, continue to record and send in. And please see if you can zoom up. Zoom up and get them face. You don't have to give your name. I will just put it out there. Like that gentleman that went into the university hospital. Let me just share it back quickly for those who weren't here. A whistleblower camp out at the university hospital and catch this man, went into the university hospital empty-handed, but when he was coming back out, what was alarming, he came back out with an igloo. What was in the igloo? We don't know. But coming out of a hospital with an igloo, when there is reports of organ harvesting going on at the University of the West Indies Hospital. This is highly suspicious. Walk out of the hospital with an igloo. Is it body parts? Was it somebody's liver? Somebody's testicles? Somebody's heart? Somebody's kidney? Oh, how could I close off without mentioning medic Stephanie Williams? Condolences again to the family member of Stephanie Williams, aka medic. We have been saying condolences from the get-go. Because one thing I've learned ever since I was a child, or a jit as Floridian call kids. My mom, God rest her soul, always said, if fishermen come from outer sea and tell you that the water is deep, you best believe. So while nobody else was saying condolences, we were giving condolences because we knew that medic was murdered. Oh, you know the medic was murdered, Dr. Gordon? Because the murderer friend came out and told us publicly. Who is the murderer friend? DJ Pilot Beats. He came out and comment, venting underneath a photograph of the missing medic, stating that she wasn't listening and his friend murdered her because she was being unfaithful. And he went as far as stating that people mental health is a hell of a thing and not everybody can take the pressure. So it's best you stick with the man you know than go cheat and go get yourself killed. And look how the man warn you and you never take heed. Now it costs your life. Those words were true. So when he come and talk all the crap and try to pretty it up and say, oh no, this is not what it meant and this bullshit, it was factual. So now, Fish Bailey stated that they find the skeleton of Stephanie Williams, aka Medic, female dancehall artist Medic. And from day one, he says confident, over 90%, that the body, the skeleton remains is of Stephanie Williams, aka Medic. They located her body in St. Catherine. And he said, based on the investigation and the reports that was given, they knew that the body would have been found where it was found. Fish Bailey also beseeching on the public to give information. Fish Bailey, what happened to the information that we gave you? That Corporal Donald Roberts from the Denontown police station was the person of interest that went and picked up Medic, who kidnapped Medic, and is still a police officer at the Denontown police station up to today. We hear you come out and say nothing about that. So what other information do you want us, the public, to give? I've called you on numerous occasions. I hear you spoke that you have been on, you appreciate the diaspora and the people those who have platforms like these, to let them voice be heard, and that we can encourage diaspora members not to send down gun to Jamaica because we are the one who's sending down gun. So it seems like you all gonna get 74 guns coming where you can say, oh, we have a big break, and blame it on diaspora members and not politicians who are bringing gun. When you sell out the port to Chinese and have no control over it, what you expect is going to happen? When the Chinese came in and take over, they been knew that the politicians have been bringing in guns and ammunitions in the country, in the garrison community, in the ghetto community. I know for a fact So what is it you want us to assist you with? What information you want us to assist you with? Why is it that Constable Donald Roberts has yet to be arrested? Maitland sit down in jail. We don't hear nothing more about him. No court case, nothing, no follow-up. How many other police officers have been involved and been implicated in kidnapping and murder cover-up? And y'all just sit silent? Is this a case, Fish Bailey? Because you asked for, I hear you said, that, I heard you spoke that you have gone on a few of those platforms. We're inviting you on this one. Why are you scared? Why are you scared? At least I'm giving you the opportunity to speak in front of your face. That maybe if my mouth should slip and say something, you can charge me for it. Why are you scared? You keep reading messages because I say blue tick. I and you only, I know you too. But yet still no respond. What are you scared of? The last time I checked Angie in a big bad and ball, are you around the things? Are you around Jamaica? Yeah. Why are you scared of poor little me? I just want to ask a few questions. Just want to talk to you. Why? Yes or no? Or I can't recall. Take it from your daddy, I can't recall. Don't be scared. Come face the judgment. Body harvesting is GLP, labor right money making machine. Boy, I tell you, wickedness, wickedness, wickedness. Always a pleasure to listen to you, Dr. Gordon, as a silent listener at work. Bless up yourself, Grace Lewis. What do you think about Bob Marley movie? Jesus. Okay. Have you watched it, Stacey and Stoner? Because I've yet to watch it. And I've heard somebody stated a comment that a lot of people talking about Bob Marley movie, and majority of them who talking about it have yet to watch it. I guess the fact that you asked me, I am going to be considered one of those people. Because I've yet to watch the movie. I don't know if I have any interest at all to watch it. I am not having an urge to watch it. But I've been seeing the reports. People are angry, people are upset. Well, let me give my 2 cents. First and foremost, let me remind you all that Bob Marley's dad was a white man. Let me repeat. Bob's dad was a white man. Ziggy only deal with white women. The movie Bob Marley, I've seen where people saying that, cursing and saying that the movie should have been about his life. It seems like they were watching a high school musical. What about his lifestyle and stuff? For those of you who are saying that, come on, it's just a movie. A movie lasts 1 hour. 90 minutes to a little over 2 hours something, 2 hours and 30 minutes. I doubt any movie making so 2 hours and 30 minutes anymore anyway. So it's a little under 2 hours. So it's impossible to put the entire lifespan of Bob in that movie. I think they should have more look into series than they could have gotten it inside it. Now, understand that Bob Marley, Jamaica no own Bob Marley. Bob Marley is an estate owned by somebody else, not Jamaica. So whether or not the estate choose to do something with what they own, neighbors and well-wishers really should just appreciate what was given, because it wasn't for Jamaica, but for the estate. When Ziggy and the other members of the estate decide to do Bob Marley movie, you think they sit down and said, oh, let's do this for Jamaica? They didn't give a fuck. They did this for the estate. They invest money to make money. Now, what every Jamaican or most Jamaicans speak about when they move from Jamaica coming a foreign: don't come live round Jamaicans. No come stay around Jamaicans. We are our own downfall. We don't hear that all the while. I'm saying this to I said that to say this to the people who complain about, oh, some couldn't find one Jamaican to do the role of somebody. No, it's not a Jamaica benefit movie. It is solely for the estate. Now, when they do the whole ceremony, the opening, the launching, and you see cocksuckers like Andrew Holness and the others, who, by the way, fight against dancehall and reggae music and only use it when it's politician time, went and took photograph there. Why you think he did that? Because he knew that the movie was not for Jamaica, but he can capitalize on it in a time when there's a travel advisory on Jamaica to say, oh yes, Jamaica no problem, man. Bob Marley, one big spliff in our mouth. Come to Jamaica, no problem. Capitalizing on it. So he went there to take a photograph. Prince Harry and went and did the same. Why? Prince Harry didn't go do it because, oh, he wanted to help Jamaica or help England. No, he went there for his own gain. What gain? He left England and he's in Hollywood. And of course, they want this movie track record producing. That's what they're going into. Yes? So going there and support in a rough culture market where Bob Marley recognized by the world. Yes? So everybody come there to get their own little gain from it. But when that movie was done, it wasn't done for the beneficial of Jamaica. No. They didn't do it to benefit Jamaica. Some people say, oh my God, look how much Pitney Bob Marley have on grandkids. Why they didn't leave one of the grandkids play the role? No. Don't come at me. But for those who say that, you have no sense to what you're talking about. Let me edify you. I am a king. My child is a prince. I'm talking about my story, and I'm going to have my son, the prince, to play the role of the king. Make it make sense. I have no part in playing it. We are stars. We are already stars. Why should I go and play a role or give my son or grandson, his grandson, a role to play? No, we already star, because guess what? You same people who would talk about that would have said, then why am I for come use him grandson where a big bean couldn't find another actor? Because of course we can't please black people. The movie is a movie for what them want to do with it, for their own reason, for their own gain. Appreciate the fact that they even decide to make the movie where we all can capitalize on it, because we are Jamaican, we live in Jamaica, we are capitalized on it. Oh, tourists coming in. That's why Andrew Wallace went there. But it shouldn't be a thing where, oh, no Jamaica, no black from Jamaica, no. Until we Jamaicans start act different, then people can start utilize us in roles. Because oftentimes we get whitewashed out of roles. How much movie is to play with Jamaica? About Jamaica, bobsled team. Which Jamaican? How much other movie? The one movie that came out with Jamaicans, you don't see what they did with it. What movie you talking about? Shutters. You don't see what they did with it. Shutters should have been a blockbuster. But they mess it up. They not bring it no way. So when y'all sit down and think, oh, yes, they did this movie and it was for Jamaica and to benefit Jamaica. No. Leave the people and business alone. It was for the estate. It's like if Michael Jackson estate decide to do something for him. It don't go for the world. Oh, it will benefit the world and the world must this and they must you. It's for the estate. Appreciate that they still have him going on and still have him talking about and so on and so forth. That's just it. Before I go, big up the councillor candidate for Mountainside Division, Comrade Bennett, my cousin. Okay, I think Japheth gone by now. Big up Comrade Bennett, Japheth cousin. Delroy Henry the John Crow. Oh, I guess BC Smith asking a question last year. So, Mr. Gordon, there was a time when I licked the PNP hard. Raymond, oh, Turati, that's the name I was trying to remember. Raymond Price. Remember one time I was talking. Remember some time ago I was talking about this politician from when I was talking about Terra Long and I was talking about this other PNP gave politician we have a long something or whatever. Raymond Price. And I was saying that he fall out, him and Terrell was going back and forth, and he fall out and demonstrate like he was passing out on the floor or something. Raymond Price. Raymond Price? Yeah, Raymond Price. Mr. Gordon, there was a time when I licked the PNP hard when Raymond Price support, when he, what's this? KTY? To express their anger, and Peter Phillips and the PNP refused from addressing the comrades. That was a low blow. I'm kind of lost with what you're saying here, so. Dr. Gordon, you think he's in jail just saying? He who Grace Lewis. Oh, Maitland? No, sir. Stop it, Dr. Gordon. I want me to stop, Patricia. Mr. Gordon, those gun fine are political and election PR stunt to let the JLP look good to trick the voters. This is it. It's no or never for the voters. I just call it out. Because 74 gun, and then the fact that the 74 gun that he's going to come out and it's really a PR stunt. Because the fact that he's going to come out and said, oh, it's the diaspora members who are sending gun. The last time I checked, yes, you have few people who are sending gun go to Jamaica from the diaspora. But the last time I checked, the big man, them, the politician, them, I bring them in. It's always politicians who bring them in. So when you find a few guns, normally what goes on in Jamaica, when you find a few gun busts, be worried. Don't worry about what they found. Worry about what they didn't find, because that's just a distraction. Miss Kitty husband is him a fraud? Dorrit Gordon. Miss Kitty husband is him a fraud? Why would you ask that, Dorrit? And why would you ask me that? Why would you ask if he's a fraud? I mean, him and Kitty, him get her pregnant full time. Why was that? Kitty, happy for both of them. What is this now? We're not trying. What is this now? What is this? But The Color Purple was a musical. People just hypocrite. And they love The Color Purple. Dr. Gordon does it again, right? That's so. We have a hard time hearing, seeing, smelling, tasting, and feeling things as they are. Accept things as they appear. It's what it is. Jamaica don't even like Jamaican. Call a spade a spade. True to be told, there were a Jamaican actor in the movie, I was told. Well, I've never watched it. I'm not here. Well, this is news to me, because we have people talk and everybody talk and say, oh, no, Jamaican this and whatever. Well said. Always complaining where we don't invest, and then disappointed when no one pay us any mind. Yeah, it's not nothing to do with it. That's right, Dr. Gordon. Also, Bob Marley, kids and grandkids are not actors. Exactly. And even, well, Danisha was an actor. Let's see, because I know Danisha personally. By the way, Kimani Marley is a close family of mine. Yes, so big up yourself, Kimani Marley. Kimani Marley grandfather is my granduncle. Yes. And his mom is my mother's first cousin. Yes. Just like how the Prime Minister is bringing in foreigner to work, so is this movie. They should have used a real Jamaican actor. A Rastafarian acting is not hard. Oh no, Stacey and Stoner. And who tell you about acting is not hard? Yes, acting is hard. And which Rastafarian Jamaican actor? Where? Wait. Name one Jamaican Rastafarian actor. Who you gonna call for? Paul Campbell? Who you gonna call for? Oliver Samuels? Shibada? Who you gonna call for? Name one Jamaican actor. Like really. Point exactly. Yes, I figure you were talking about Raymond Price. What about him? Tell us. You see she again? Leave me alone. Just like how the Prime Minister. Oh, I did saw that. Oh, we never see about the Raymond Price file. 64 out of 200. What was this BC estimate? Dr. Gordon, remember Crab said Crab said 200 guns coming into the country. Where are they? Would they use an English person to play Elvis? Stacey, and leave me alone, yeah. Cause you got in a different something now. Elvis. What Elvis now would have to do with? I guess you're trying to say if you're gone far, Stacey, because you're saying would they get an English person to play Elvis? At the end of the day, they didn't get an. You know, I'm gonna leave this alone, Stacey. Now I got draw my tongue. 136 missing guns. Oh, there was 136 missing guns. Would they use a Chinese person to play Michael Jackson? Rosemary King said, Dr. Gordon, you are connected. Connected to? Richard Brown Pictures, they produce movie. Andrew Owners is on. I guess they could have used Andrew Owners. Second, Raymond Price, supporter from St. Bess. We have some serious issue. A busload of supporters drive to Jamaica House to show their concern, and Peter Phillips and the PNP refused to address. What was their concern? The Marley movie is not benefiting a king. The Malcolm X movie was great, and so was the Ray Charles movie. We do not value our Jamaicanness. We need to love ourselves. No one can play a Jamaican. Well, Stacey Stoner, as a former actor, I can tell you, this goes slow to the people who have the money, the producers, the investors, the directors, and the playwriters. Nobody else. When a movie is being prepared, when they choose the actors, director and producer choosing actors, it's not about for the public. It's to sell the movie. And guess what? It could have been a marketing PR stunt. Putting in Jamaica, who knows? It could be a marketing stunt. Why? Because we're talking about it now. And I believe he said it's not benefiting no one. They have made $80 million so far from the movie. I don't know how much I've spent, but since the movie has been released, 80 million US dollars so far. Raymond Price, not Price. Dr. Gordon, any update from your interview with Farah office? We're still waiting. And as you know, when investigation going on, if you all don't know this, when investigation going on, they don't call you and update you on the ongoing investigation. They just call and ask questions. Once you get the questions, if there's follow up, they're gonna call and ask, but they don't really give information so I can come back and say, oh yes, this is what happening, because at the end of the day, they know that it's coming from the press. We need to create our own film industry. Well, that's true. And guess what? The politicians themselves for Jamaica stifle that. We are Jamaican. When reggae Grammy going on and them thing there, at Jamaica, them something they should have. It's not even highlight on TV. It's not even highlight on TV. We have Actor Boys Award, but no film industry. And the little music industry that's in Jamaica, they're selling it out. So until Jamaicans start organizing, before we can talk about certain things, the busload of supporters who came to Jamaica House to express their concern in the parish of St. Bess, at the time I see that was insulting to comrades at the time from Peter Phillips and the PNP. Maybe it was happening in a politics time. Thanks for the correction, Stacey. What a shame. 5:30. Dr. Gordon, you're connected. Rosemary King, what? Oh, wait, I think you respond. Dr. Gordon, any update on? Oh, to the Marleys. My cousin. Kimberly is my cousin. Kimberly is my mother's uncle. Grandson. Uncle Relegate is Kimberly's grandfather. Uncle Relegate, who is my mother's uncle, which is my granduncle, is Kimani's granddad. Kimani's mom and my mother are first cousins. It's 5:28. I believe we have touched all. We have covered all that need to be covered. And I'm going to ask, make sure that, what's I'm seeing, 58. Come on, I'm seeing how much people here? Oh, well, 58, 59. Okay. That's not bad. Somebody else have not put a like on it. Put the like on it. The person that said that didn't put a like. Thumbs up. We appreciate you. And please stay tuned and would like to find out what your thoughts on Dr. John. Dr. John, most of you will know Dr. John from Ratic Live with Reason with Ratigan and some other platform. I think he have been on Wayne Low, some platform, I'm not sure. And I believe he has been on Jeffrey Tavares, Make We Talk. But he's now here with us and have a show with us. Of course, it won't be long, but very informative. And just let me know what you all think of it. Real Talk with Dr. John. You can check it out in our schedule. We appreciate you for being here. Thank you for being a part of the Lady Whistleblower Show. We appreciate you. Thank you for being a whistly with us here on OBC Radio. Second chances for the forgotten voices. And before we go, let me just share this.
Jermaine, guys, welcome to Sky's the Limit. What are we doing here today? We're gonna be jumping out of the plane. Awesome, guys. Well, that plane over there, we're gonna get on that in a couple minutes. We're gonna take you up to 13,000 feet. We're gonna jump out of it, land nice and safe right on the ground right behind us. How do you feel about that?
I'm excited, looking forward. This has been on my bucket list since I know myself.
Well, Jermaine, I'm happy to take you and share this experience with you. Guys, in a few minutes, I'll see you over that big blue, beautiful star.
Only 6 o'clock in the morning and my heartbeat is out of control. 10 minutes into boarding, feels like I'm about to explode. Time for the ride up, tension started to swirl. I can't believe I'm gonna free fall from the top of the world. Senses peaked with a crazy anticipation. Feeling like this, tell me how the hell can I be patient? Jumpsuit rig, Google helmet all in place. Double checking just in case. I'm elated, baby, freedom one green light away, and I just can't wait.
Every time you wanna feel freedom in your life, just go skydiving, baby, go skydiving, yeah. Every time you wanna feel freedom in your life, just go skydiving, baby, go skydiving, yeah.
Spread my wings, time to fly. One step out, all it takes for me to touch the sky. So amazing, so liberating. 12,000 feet, AGL, so breathtaking. Belly down, box me now. 4 minutes of pleasure without any spark of distraction around. State of mind, euphoria, wish could last forever. From this day on, nothing can stop us from getting back together.
Every time you wanna feel freedom in your life, just go skydiving, baby, go skydiving, yeah. Every time you wanna feel freedom in your life, just go skydiving, baby, go skydiving, yeah. I love the sky, baby. I love the sky, baby.
Oh! Craig, over here. Jermaine?
We just skydive. Bucket list, check.
Yeah.
Disney World, check. Skydive, check.
Where did you do this awesome experience at, brother?
Sky is the limit.
Sky's the limit, Jermaine. Thank you for coming out. You were awesome, brother. Awesome.
Thank you.
Good times.
I think BCA Simita saw say brave. I don't know. Girl, I don't know if it was brave, but it was really scared. It's because I was scared of height, which led me to do it. Some people say, wait, I don't understand it. How you scared of height? What went to skydiving? To get over my scared of height. But am I still scared of height? Yes, I am. But I would do it again, honestly. In fact, I want to go. That was 13,000 feet. My partner found, where was it? I forgot. I think it's somewhere. I don't remember. Was it Florida? I know he found some other place that 18,000 feet. Damn, it's I can like feel the my alkaline pumping. And by the way, Rosemary King, when you say, oh sorry, no man, that's okay. I'm here to share and to talk about, it's part of life and it would encourage others. But I thought I would have like, when you think you get over something and you can just spit it out like anytime. But I did, as you talk about it and I type, and I was like, oh, yeah. I don't know what's up with me, because those things are not supposed to be like the same, but at least like while I'm typing, I'm thinking in my head and I'm like, oh, just talking it out while I'm thinking. That's just me. Back to the adventure. Yes, I was working at this facility, and I had was to go on a ladder. The ladder was maybe like 14 feet high. I was to go up on a ladder and step off the ladder to go into a little box. And I tell you, I kid you not, for me to move, I'm talking about it right now and I'm feeling shake. For me to remove my foot off the ladder to go in the little box to go clean it out, oh my God. I was shaking. I sweat like crazy. And I'm like, oh no, I have to get over this fear of height. I have to get over this fear. I'm already 6'2". So if I stand on a 4-foot table, that's 6'2" on top of a 4-foot table, much less 14 feet up in the air. So I had was to get over my fear of height, and skydiving Disney World, and a house was 3 things on my bucket list in my life. I've done Disney World, I've done skydiving, and the house, of course. I came down and I went in the office, and for some reason, something just popped up, a conversation about skydiving, and my supervisor that was there stated to me that, Pacheco did skydiving before, and was like, oh yeah? Really? I've never met anybody that did skydiving. I only see those things on TV. So he said, oh yes. So I went to him and I spoke to him about it. He said in the Poconos. I'm like, oh, got the information. I'm like, okay. Book it, pay for it. I think everybody should go and do it. It's a beautiful thing. Oh God. It's especially if you have any fear or worried or stress. You just want to go up in the sky and jump. Yeah, they say, wanna be free like a bird in the sky. Oh, the eternal. It's a beautiful feeling. No lie. It's an awesome feeling. I think everybody should get the opportunity to skydive. It releases everything. I was free falling for 1 whole minute. Just falling, and I thought I was gonna be scared. It was like 1 whole minute free falling. 1 whole minute. I loved it. I enjoyed. As you saw on my face, I was laughing, and then I was like, "Oh shit!" because I couldn't believe I was doing it. And the breeze. The only thing I would advise people to do is, if you do it, make sure you plug your ear. They didn't told us about that. And my ear popped because it's 13,000 feet up in the sky, and you're free falling for a minute. So apart from that, everything was okay. And maybe my gogglers, but nothing was gonna stop me from doing that. You did that when you had ear. I still have ear. Hello? The deputy prime minister is a gun leader. Oh yes, we all know that. USA know that too. Wikipedia know it, and UK know it. Suing got your life with a PM. Nice, love it. Do you have we unopen your bowels before? No, I don't remember go. I was so excited to go on it. In fact, I don't know if you noticed this. I had a gentleman, what we call gentleman. I had a gentleman on my foot. And they were like, "Oh no, you can't go in the ear with that. It's gonna drop off." I'm like, "Oh, I mean it's gonna drop off." They said, "Yes, it's windy." I think it was 60 something degree, but oh my God, up in the sky. Woo! I feel cool just talking about it. But they said they would have given me a pair of shoe, but they couldn't find the shoe, and they were like, "Oh, you can't go up there in the shoe." I'm like, "Oh no, I'll go barefoot." They said, "No, I can't go barefoot." I'm like, "Oh no, you don't tell me that I can't go barefoot. I can go barefoot." They said, "No, I can't go barefoot." So I took tape and tape up my shoes on my foot because they didn't give me the shoes and I wasn't gonna miss my so I used masking tape. Masking tape is the other color, transparent tape, and tape up my shoes on my foot. Remember, I told you. But it was lovely. No, I don't remember using the bathroom before I go. It wasn't like, oh, I was. Perry was more worried. Perry. And the funny thing, I was a bit scared before going. But I didn't let nobody know that I was a bit scared. Because when I told Perry about it, he was like, "Oh, yes, hell yeah, it's lit, ready." So I'm like, "Oh, wait, this 18-year-old boy, him serious? Okay, I can't make him know so me worried." But when we reach on the airplane and I look over, I could see Perry's face get pink and I start worrying. I'm like, "Oh." So I didn't say nothing to him because I do want him to listen keenly to what the instructor was saying. But it was fun though, no lie. No, sir, that one I wouldn't try. No, Grace, you must try. I swear you should. It's a beautiful feeling. I promise you. If you're over 2, you have to be less than 250 pounds though, because you have to have somebody on your back. And because I was taller than the person on my back, when I came out, when I reached at the door of the plane, I was to sit down on the plane, so we was to crawl on our ass to get out. And I was to sit at the front of the plane at the door while the person is on my back. because I was taller than he was. So when I sit down and because in fact he asked me if I wanted to see Perry went out before me, and was like, yes. So Perry was the second to last one on the plane. It was 8 of us. Perry was the second to last one on the plane. So Perry was shorter than the person that was on his back. So they had him squatting and walking out towards the airplane door. And then they were like, we're going to count to 3 and jump. And they say, 1, whoop. There was no 2, much less 2.5 to 3. They say 1 and jump. Let me tell you why they did that. Because the thing on your parachute that's on you, they tell you that you're supposed to. They tell you that you're supposed to hold on to the thing here. So you know I've never skydived in a life, and you hear they say, hold on to this thing. Of course, you're going to hold on for dear life, because you're saying, okay, you don't want nothing to miss or anything to happen. So let me listen to every instruction, because I don't want nothing wrong. But in our head now, we're holding on for this. But it's an all trick. They tell you to hold on to this because when they say 1, 2, when they say 2, normally people go like this and put the hand on top of the plane for back. Oh no, I'm scared. I don't want to go out. So they tell you to hold on to this to distract you without saying anything else. But I figured that out. They tell you to hold on to this. So Perry was holding on to this for dear life. So he stoop out and they say 1 and just jump. Because if they had said 2, he would have grabbed onto it. But when he came out, I was like, okay, our time now. So when we crawl on our asses going out, I was to sit and then lap my leg underneath the plane and hold my head back up. That's why you see him push my head back when I was sitting. So I lap my foot under the plane and hold my head, and he just jump out. When I went to the plane, the door, I thought I would see Perry in the sky where he just fall out. I was like, oh shit, he disappeared. So I have to go. There's no turning back. We got out. But it was lovely though. Another day I'm going to show you. Perry one is more fun than mine because he was scared as hell. But 1 minute free falling out of the sky before they pulled the parachute. And the one that he found is 18,000. That was 13,000 feet. We found the 18,000 feet, and that's 2 minutes free falling. I'm looking forward for that one. Yeah, but that's it. We'll leave it here. What if you had landing in the Everglades? And it's so fun. If you watch the video where we landed, no, because the person that's on my back was, well, he gave me the opportunity to steer it also, because I was steering it one at a time. But you see, it based on how you pull the thing, pull it this way, it turn to the left, pull it the other way, it turn to the right. You just have to control it. And it's so funny because I see a lot of young adolescents going there and just doing it for hobby. You have to jump 12 times with somebody. Excuse me. You have to jump 12 times with somebody on your back. And that's a training process before you allow to jump on your own. And there's a lot of young adolescents that see go over there on their own and just like the bird. And in fact, when they're landing, they don't land with the foot out like how I did. They land and running and freestyling, all of that. Yeah, it's a fun thing though. And it was just only $250. Not expensive. But I'm going to leave you all here. Any question? Any more question? We got 10 minutes to the hour. Let me remove this. Yeah. I guess not. We appreciate you. Thank you for tuning in with us today. This is the Lady Whistleblower Show with me, your host, Dr. Jermaine Gordon. And we are out. Second chances for the forgotten voices. Oh, before we go, please remember to follow Get Our Radio app. Download our app and tune in. We have a program called, and we don't want to come on YouTube with this. Honestly to God, I don't want to come on YouTube with it. What's the craziest or nastiest things you have ever done in your life? And you'd be surprised to hear some of the things that people have done. We have that live calling show. Just tune in. We're going to make changes to the date because we have it for Sunday as 12, but I realize it's going to be inconvenient with somebody else's time. So we're going to change the time and then come back with you on it. But stay tuned to it. But it's great and it's fun, I'm not going to lie. I kind of disrespecting too because, I mean, if I was a parent, one girl said she and her mom had an argument. And she took her period blood and put it in Kool-Aid juice and give her mom to drink it. The craziest or nastiest things you have ever done in your life. I know us Jamaican if I pick me wrong. I love my people and we're different still. Bless up on yourself. OBC Radio, second chances for the forgotten voices. We're out.